Carter, 108 not out from 186 deliveries, but Zishan Matura has been so good. They've batted towards the end of last evening. The Jamaica Scorpions just could not separate these two, and they're coming back this morning for the CCC team, having already gotten batting points to extend that first innings total to even get more batting points should they pass the 300-run mark. And I reckon should they get to 300, that's a psychological advantage for the CCC team, especially against the Jamaica Scorpions team who they looked out of sorts against the Windward Islands Volcanoes a week ago right here at Sabina Park, 159 in their first innings. So they have that in the back of their mind. So from here on day number 2, the more runs that the CCC team manages to add to this total, already what we think is a decent total, will put more and more pressure on a fickle Jamaica Scorpions batting lineup. And then more and more the game will start to look a little bit, start to carve itself in a way at where it will go in day number 3, day number 4. But as it stands now, the Jamaica Scorpions not out of it, but a bit concerned because they didn't bowl particularly badly on day number 1. It's just that Jonathan Carter has batted well. Towards the end of the day, though, the Jamaica Scorpions left a lot to be desired. I reckon that there's so much more that could have been done, especially towards the end. Mind you, the final couple of overs were being bowled by Captain Jermaine Blackwood and Nkrumah Bonner. Looking back on that, was it a mistake? Kimberly Forbes is right here with me. I'll ask her this question right off the bat as the Jamaica Scorpions team walks out on the surface here, on the pitch here at Sabina Park. So too Jonathan Carter and Mutara. Mutara is a teenager, Kimberly. Firstly, good morning.
Good morning.
And the Jamaica Scorpions, they have a fast bowler in their lineup, Ajay Shields, who is, I reckon, bowling high 80s, and he has not bowled one single delivery to the teenager in this inning so far.
Well, back to yesterday, we mentioned that coming to the close of play, and you have a new batter. We're even talking about Jonathan Sheelan Matara. But in the back end, coming to the close of play, I thought that the captain would have put back O.J. Shields, as they mentioned, or continue with Gordon Bryant, because it's coming to the close of play, it's getting dark, and should have put some pressure on, especially Matara, who is young and he's at the crease, and try to get that speed and pace at him and see what he would have do and see if he could create a chance for a wicket in the latter part of the game yesterday, instead of bringing himself, the captain, Blackwood, and Bonner.
Just looking at what's about to unfold, it looks as if it is Ajay Shields with ball in hand, so good to see him get the ball so early on the second morning. I'm looking around to see if I can identify Marquina Mindley, because for the final session on day number 1, Marquina Mindley was off the field for an extended period, so I'm in the dressing room, so I'm not sure if there's an injury concern there. If there is, the Jamaica Scorpions are one bowler short and a senior bowler short, so we will see how things unfold. But here's Ajay Shields for the first delivery of day number 2, the ball to Jonathan Carter, and starts with a wayward one down the leg side, and Romain Morris immediately from the first delivery, his footwork being tested here.
But looking back at yesterday, Bernardo, when Mindley was bowling, you could see that he was uncomfortable. Something was definitely wrong. He performed so well in the first game against the Windward Island, where he picked up 3 wickets, and he was very disciplined. But yesterday, he was pretty uncomfortable. I hope that he's okay today.
This one wide, so far looks to have the new ball in hand, and the first delivery down the leg side, and the follow-up delivery is wide outside the line of the off stump. This, by the way, is the 89th over, which means that the new ball was available 8 overs before the end of day number 1. and it didn't go to O.J. Shields. Here's once more to bowl to Carter. And the issue is he doesn't look misplaced. Looked very comfortable yesterday. Mind you, he was batting against Pete Salmon. Gordon Bryan bowled for an extended period. I think something that really bothers my mind is that Mansing came back for 1 over and was replaced by Jermaine Blackwood. And this one is whipped in front of square, and it will run very close to the boundary. Mansing gives chase, and they complete 2 runs. The first run or runs on the board for day number 2 comes off the bat of Jonathan Carter.
But as you mentioned Mansing there, Bernardo, why would you replace Mansing after he picked up 2 wickets for you before tea and after tea?
Again, these are questions, I think, Kim, that will have to be posed to the Jamaica Scorpions coaching setup and questions to be posed to the Jamaica Scorpions captain. And it's more so the captain than the coaching setup for me.
Because at one point I asked the question, what is it that Jamaica Scorpion is bowling for? A wicket or some dots?
And even this delivery that we just saw, again, points to your question. What is it that the Jamaica Scorpions are looking for? It's the second morning, the pitch covered overnight, new ball taken, your quickest bowler with ball in hand, 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, fine leg, and a man in front of square. So no forward short leg. And there's a loud appeal. It looks as if it's angling down the leg side. And umpire Gregory Brathwaite unbothered. Jace Shields looks fiery quick. It was angling down the leg side. So again, you question things like this because you're now wondering what the plan here is. Jay Shields seemed to be swinging the ball in towards the left-handed Jonathan Carter. I believe you have to put it in the mind of the batter that I'm not just about to come in and banging back of a length and hope for a nick through to the wicket keeper. Mind you, that may be how he's dismissed. The first over comes to an end. 2 runs added to the total. 3 if you add the wide. 263 for the loss of 7. Now, it's about getting out there this morning. I would think, having reflected on what transpired on the opening day, and to think what's our best option of limiting the CCC team to below 300. What's our best option of getting 3 wickets inside the first 30 minutes of day number 2? We'll take the new ball. We'll give it to O.J. Shields. We'll give it to Gordon Bryan, who will now be operating from the Courtney Walsh end. And Gordon Bryan will be bowling with a forward short leg to Mutara. And O.J. Shields, who is by far quicker than Gordon Bryan, did not bowl with a forward short leg.
Good point there, because I think it was the 3rd delivery of Shields over. If there was a forward short leg, remember I take the top edge of the bat, it could have been a chance for him.
Simple catch.
Yep.
But that's, they say, hindsight is 2020. Starts with a slower delivery, Gordon Bryan. Right up in the block hole and kept out. So if I'm batting, if I'm Mutara, or you can say that, Gordon Bryan is bowling to Mutara, who is the lesser of the 2 batters, and O.J. Shields is bowling to Jonathan Carter. Jonathan Carter is not the tallest person that you'll ever see going around. And I don't think that O.J. Shields would be fearful in bowling a short delivery to Jonathan Carter. I don't see Gordon Bryan bowling a threatening bouncer to Mutara.
He's not going to do that. I think he's going to continue full and straight.
That's his stock delivery. He's very good when it comes to line and length. Very consistent outside the line of the off stump. Now you're asking him to do something out of the ordinary. Again, back of a length delivery defended, and that is how you expect that Gordon Bryant will operate. Mind you, the ball is new. Could come off the inner portion of the bat, hit the pads, loop up to the man at forward short leg. We're not arguing against forward short leg. We're arguing for forward short leg to both bowlers.
Yes. So he would want to continue to bowl straight and full. Allow the batsman to make that mistake where you can actually get that chance that you're looking for to pick up an early wicket. But I want to know the plan of the skipper, Blackwood. What is his plan exactly in the morning session? Yesterday we saw they pick up 2 early wickets in the morning session, but I'm not seeing the field that he set yesterday being set this morning.
There's the edge and he's gone. There's the plan. Full delivery outside the line of the off stump. Matara going for the drive. Outside edge taken. And a really good catch from Kurt McKenzie, diving away to his right at third slip. And the Jamaica Scorpions team strike early on day number 2.
So he maintained the discipline of staying outside of the off stump. Made the batsman make the error. Picked up a wicket. He deserved it.
Well deserved. And I put this to you. This same dismissal could have happened on day number 1. As we said before, 88 overs were bowled on the opening day. The new ball due after 80 overs, which meant that the Jamaica Scorpions bowled 8 overs towards the end of day number 1. Jermaine Blackwood bowled a couple of overs, and Nkrumah Bonner bowled a couple of overs. Jermaine Blackwood, the medium pacer, and Nkrumah Bonner, the leg spinner. And this is what you hope for as we look back at it. This is what Gordon Bryant does. Delivery angled into the right-hander and moving away. His front foot went nowhere, staying leg side of the ball. So can you imagine Matara against Ajay Shields, who is quicker than Gordon Bryant?
Exactly. I'm just thinking if the skipper had thought about it yesterday, why he put himself to bowl and not bring in O.J. Shields, especially in Nkrumah Bonner. What was he looking for? To prevent the runs from coming in?
Jediah Blades is the new batter, by the way. And gets a delivery outside the line of the off stump. Overcomes to an end. A successful one. A wicket made for Gordon Bryant to start. It's 263 for the loss of 8. The other part of it is that the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers just didn't bowl enough deliveries that the batters needed to play. Gordon Bryant 3 for 56 from 20 overs. The real pick of the Jamaica Scorpions bowler. Bowled well in his first spell yesterday and has started well here today.
And in the first game, he picked up 4 for 64 from 23 overs.
He will give you that. He will give you wickets. Because that is what he's there for. And so far he has delivered over the 2 innings. And this making 3 bowling innings now for the Jamaica Scorpions. What's interesting here, Kim, what will be the approach of Jonathan Carter? There with Jediah Blades, you're on 110. The score is 263 for 8. You need another batting point, so you need to get to 300. Do you play the same way, or do you try to be counter-attacking? I guess that's my answer. That's picked off into the blue seats at the North Stand, and that's 6 is first in this innings. And Jonathan Carter saying, well, as the commentator, this is what I'll be doing.
and he did just that. If you were in O.J. Shields' position and you're running in, you're very quick. You're supposed to have a plan on where you want to pitch the ball, especially to a man who have been set from yesterday. It's a new day. He'll have to start over today. What would it be your plan of bowling to Carter?
Don't give him any drives, but you also have to use the short delivery to your advantage. By the way, there's deep backward square going back into that area where the 6 was. He couldn't have caught it anyway.
No!
Still no forward short leg for O.J. Shields. And with that 6, what that does, Jonathan Carter can play out the remaining deliveries of this over. Look to get a single on the final delivery or the 5th delivery in this over to keep strike for the Gordon Bryan over. And it has still gone for 6 runs. So that's the advantage. Having scored a boundary of the first or second delivery in the over, no pressure is off you. If you manage with square leg now going to deep backward square, what that does, it gives you massive gap on the onside. So Jonathan Carter can, if he's skillful enough, if he drops the ball with enough precision into the onside, he can get 2 with the men on the fence. O.J. Shields coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Jonathan Carter.
And knowing that Blade is a new batter to the crease, I think he'll want to shield him a little bit.
Edge, put down, and will race to the boundary for 4. Deciding to come round the wicket to the left-handed Jonathan Carter. Big drive outside the off stump, a thick edge, and diving away to his left. Oh, Romain Morris, you should have taken that.
Definitely, that should have been taken. It didn't need much of a dive there, Renardo. But Carter will live to face another delivery. He moves on to 120 from 196 delivers.
So here's where the Scorpions have to be smart. They're still fine leg deep backward square on the boundary. The man at extra cover is on the 45. So there's a single to be had here. Now they're moving the man on the point boundary. They're carrying him inside. No Jermaine Blackwood, having stopped the bowler, has decided that mid-on, mid-off, and extra cover should come inside the circle. Long on, still back. And this one is driven. No one moved. That was a sweet shot from Jonathan Carter. Punched on the up, in between extra cover and mid-off. And that's 14 runs from this over from O.J. Shields.
A very expensive over here. And he played that one with confidence. You can see the confidence of Carter in the morning session, looking to capitalize to get the 300 that you mentioned earlier, to get another point, which will be the batting point. And I think he's going to go for the single now. Drop it short, and pick up a quick run.
The Scorpions have to be mindful of that. Acres of space on the onside, by the way. Can't afford to stray O.J. Shields. And this one is pushed firmly to extra cover, no run. Now punishing over there. And an over that should have really given the wicket of Jonathan Carter to the Jamaica Scorpions. Outside edge taken. Put down by wicketkeeper Romain Morris. Went for 4. And the following delivery also went for a boundary. So that's 8 runs that could have been avoided. And Jonathan Carter back in the pavilion.
Yeah, and then they could be getting ready to go in to try and chase down the target, but he's definitely capitalizing on his chance. So it's Blade who is going to be on strike now. Let's see how he'll match up to Gordon Bryan, who's bowling full and straight.
I want to be proven wrong here. I don't think Carlos Brown will be called into action here. There's a loud appeal. A chance for a run out at the bowler's end, and he's gone. Really good work by the substitute fielder, Ramal Lewis. And Jediah Blaze had no chance. Brilliant pickup, brilliant throw. The second wicket on the morning goes down. The leg before wicket shot was very close.
And umpire Chris Taylor thought it was drifting down the leg side. But it was a good throw from Ramal. Archives, I saw the Archives guards earlier, so I guess he get a bit of Archives seeing them and direct hit at the stumps.
Well, they say hindsight is 20/20. I don't know what Kim's sight is. Because you're using Hawkeye. We don't have that technology at our disposal, but you do. It's maybe the glasses that you wear.
I tell you. But it's a good start from the Scorpion. They have really, especially Gordon Bryan.
Here it is. First look at the leg before wicket decision. I believe that was very close. I see that being given out, but had absolutely no chance.
But you can look at the body language of Gordon Bryan when umpire Chris Taylor says not out. He was like, what is this? Because he was so convinced that it was going on to mid and leg stump.
I can hear an elderly person in Westmoreland right now just watching and saying that the years that Ramal Lewis spent stoning their mango tree didn't go to waste.
Synchronicity, I was thinking the same thing.
Over the wicket to you as well.
Bernardo.
I just want to say good morning to the folks in Westmoreland. Good morning to the Cricket Association president in Westmoreland, Deltonia Williams, who is doing some work with the women's team. Kafasta Edmund is the new batter, is at the non-striker's end, as the batter's head cross. So the decision now from Jermaine Blackwood is to spread the field to Jonathan Carter. Third man in place. There's a deep point, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a man sweeping on the cover boundary. Well, deep cover. There's Gully and the slipping Jermaine Blackwood. It's on wide outside the line of the off stump.
Do you think that Jonathan Carter will take on things now, knowing that only one wicket to go, and even try and push it and try to attack the bowlers to get to 300 to get the batting point?
It will be a tough task as we look at the field. There's the man in front of the scoreboard at deep mid-wicket. I don't necessarily think that deep mid-wicket will be in use because Gordon Bryan is pretty consistent outside the line of the off stump. He's also angling the ball across the left-handed Jonathan Carter. Just has to stay wide outside off stump as this one is angled in going down the leg side. And I believe that's the delivery that Jermaine Blackwood is thinking of, why he has deep mid-wicket out. Is there an adjustment in the field now with one delivery to come? There is an adjustment. The field is, the fielders coming inside the circle, as you can see them there on the offside. So Jermaine Blackwood well aware of the situation here. But it also presents an opportunity for Jonathan Carter, if he can pierce one of these gaps, to get a boundary and hope that Edmund can get off strike early. And that's what he does. Slapped wide of mid-off, and it raced across the turf. I felt this was the last delivery. In fact, there's one more delivery to come.
Was too much room there outside of the off stump for him. Give him a chance to free his arms.
So an opportunity to get 8 runs from the last 2 deliveries here. That would take them to 285, 15 runs away from another batting point. This one is down the leg side, a half-hearted appeal. I'm not sure if he was appealing for leg before wicket, how quickly he went up, or caught behind, caught down the leg side, went up very quickly. I reckon it was leg before wicket that he was appealing for as Jonathan Carter moved over to onto the offside. An eventful over comes to an end, a wicket early in the over, run out, and then a boundary off the penultimate delivery. It's 281 for the loss of 9.
Well, it's Edmund who is going to be on strike. Let's see the matchup here between him and Shields, the quick Shields. Jonathan Carter having a chat with him. I guess he's saying just try and to play him out. If you get the bad ball, then you go for the big shot, but be patient and respect the good deliveries.
The Scorpions would want the final wicket here. Very quickly too. Gordon Bryan 3 for 60. Has really bowled well. But the third name on the bowler's list there, Abhijay Man Singh. I just can't put my finger on why he wasn't utilized more on the opening day. 3 slips and a gullet, the men catching behind the bat. And a forward short leg this time. Full delivery. Gavasta Edmund couldn't get it to the boundary.
The same words it's going to be used today that Keswick doesn't like at all is baton.
I don't think Jonathan Carter will be saying that to Edmund.
Yes, he is.
For the Scorpions' sake, they're hoping that this is the final over in this innings. And they don't want Jonathan Carter back on strike. Is it a no ball called by umpire Gregory Brathwaite?
Yes, I guess he's picking up where he left off yesterday with those no balls. That's O.J. Shields. If my memory serves me right, I think this is the 10th or the 9th no ball for him.
There are a couple of things that the Jamaica Scorpions would take from this morning's session, however long it is. Oh, what a shot. My word. That's gone the distance as well. Well, Gavasta Edmund saying that, Jonathan Carter, you can stay down at that end. That was a vicious shot.
He ride that bounce so well. And I think that will boost his confidence there now, Renardo, because the partnership between Mataro and Carter was 58 runs.
There's a full delivery that's push towards mid-on, no run. Shy of the stones from Pete Salmon, and the reaction from Carlos Brown at forward short leg would suggest that it was close.
Getting another 12 runs, Carter will be happy with that. And I think Edmund, he's handling himself pretty well.
And Shields again. Here's a half-hearted appeal, no run. So just need to survive the remaining 2 deliveries in this over. So this is what I was explaining or trying to get across. On the opening day, Jermaine Blackwood was the 4th bowler used by the Jamaica Scorpions. In the end, he bowled 8 overs, 5 maidens, none for 8. You look at that and he said, very economical, very well done. There's another short delivery and the shot is the same. Couple of bounces into the ropes of 4 this time. So Ajeshi is being punished here. Was bowled and over that went for 14 runs to Jonathan Carter. And Gavasta Edmond has taken him for 10 here.
Waiting back for the replay here. Look at where he stands. He stands outside of the leg stump, anticipating that short delivery where he can be very in control with that shot.
Wasn't that short, this one. A bit shorter than the previous delivery. And no run. What that does is that it takes the CCC team to 292. So 8 runs away from 300. And more points. Jay Shields looks dejected. Should have had the wicket of Jonathan Carter, to be fair. So apart from Jonathan Carter, no one really standing out there. There's 36 from Shamar Brooks, 30 from Cian Hackett, 28 from Mutara, who was the first to be dismissed this morning. But on the point to Jermaine Blackwood, 8 overs he bowled for 8 runs, 5 maidens. Abhijay Mansingh bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 37. And if you take away the 1 over that he gave him when Jonathan Carter was on 99, he only bowled that 1 over towards the end of the day. That's Abhijay Mansingh there. So it would be 10 overs, which for me, I don't think you can explain it. And this one is driven straight down the ground. Should only be a single. In fact, they won't run. Why is this so from Jonathan Carter? Looking for boundaries here. Unless you're saying to me that Abhijay Mansingh is being played for his batting and not so much his bowling, I don't see why he bowled only 11 overs. He had 2, I believe, at the time for maybe 28, 29. And ended that day 2 for 37 after 11 overs. Jermaine Blackwood, despite bowling 8 overs, 5 maidens, none for 8. I said it to a couple of the guys. I said it to Keswick. I said it to you. Said it to Jerome off air. That if Jermaine Blackwood bowled for all 4 days, I believe he would only get a wicket.
Right, because why would you... Because he had that 1 over...
There's a short delivery that's pulled away. 2 bounces to the man at deep mid-wicket. And again, Carter decides against the run.
All right, he had that 1 bad over when Carter was on 99. I think 10 runs that came from that over.
10 runs, which meant that he had 2 for 27 from 10.
Right. And then you are a part-time bowler. But Mansingh being effective, you're getting wicket from him. But why would you rest him and bring yourself in? Even though you get 5 maidens, what is it that you why did you rest Mansingh, who produced your 2 wickets?
Yes, Gordon Bryan. And the thing about it, you're also looking at Jeremy Blackwood got a couple of those maidens towards the end when the CCC team were only looking to bat out the remainder of the day and to come back fresh on day 2. My thing is, as a leg spinner that Abhijay Mansingh is, he will take time to settle. Gave you the 2 wickets. One of them, by the way, I believe Cian Hackett caught by Jermaine Blackwood in the slip. Flashed outside the off stump, got the outside edge. There's a short delivery at top edge. This should be gone. And umpire Chris Taylor says not out.
Hey, Greg, help me.
He's saying to Brathwaite that it came off the helmet. And indeed, just looking back there, it did come off the helmet. The physio being called in. And I felt the Jamaica Scorpions also felt it came off the helmet because the appeal wasn't that vociferous.
So He's getting the concussion test. Second time Gordon Bryan hit somebody from the CCC on the helmet. Saw that yesterday. Physio making sure that he's okay.
So a lot to take from this innings. I felt against the Windward Islands that the Jamaica Scorpions team, they just look as if they weren't warming up to the start of the 4-day competition. You lost that game inside 3 days. And I felt that was very stinging for the Jamaica Scorpions. You're back at home, first time since 2020. You're playing against the Windwards. You're at your home base. And to not only lose by 9 wickets, but to do so inside 3 days is a bit embarrassing. Coming into this contest, of the 3 games in this round that the Scorpions will play, the Windward, CCC, and Barbados, this, I believe, is the easiest game for the Jamaica Scorpions team.
One over the shoulder. Greg.
But you know that the CCC, they had beaten the Scorpions in the Super 50. So it might seem easy, but it is not. Because in the back of their head, they are saying that we had beat the Scorpions before and we can do it again. Remember in that game, they had played, 320 runs.
The Jamaica Scorpions lost to the Emerging Academy in the Super 50. Another short delivery and goes through to the wicket keeper. So an eventful over. And that was well bowled by Gordon Bryan because it didn't allow Jonathan Carter to get a single to claim strike for the next over. But now you're wondering if they stick with O'J Shields, having seen what transpired in the previous over. Again, Markino Mindley is not on the field, hasn't been since maybe midway the second session yesterday. So they are a bowler short. This ball is only 6 overs old. So I don't think that you're going to see a Pete Salmon. You definitely won't see Abhijay Man Singh. I can't rule out not seeing Jermaine Blackwood though.
Well, pretty soon, if they don't get the wicket, maybe he'll introduce himself in the attack pretty soon.
And by the way, this is not a knock. It's not a knock on Jermaine Blackwood. It's just trying to understand and analyze what is happening with the Jamaica Scorpions. Why they don't look threatening. This one down the leg side. And poorly lined allows Gavasta Edmund to get off strike the first delivery of this over.
It's a no ball signal there by umpire Brathwaite.
That's his second this morning. Too many no balls. I believe if you're coach Andrew Richardson or assistant coach Nikita Miller, the list of things that you're concerned about just keeps growing. And we're still only about 30 minutes into the second day, and you haven't batted yet. But that list, I reckon, would be a long list. From the number of overs that Abhijay Man Singh bowled or didn't bowl, to the fact that you had 2 part-time bowlers ending the day, bowling to a teenager, when the new ball was available, and you have a rapid, fast seam bowler in O'J Shields in your lineup, to not being able to wrest control of the game when it seemed as if it was getting away from you. Jonathan Carter, to be fair, has played a superb innings here. You can't think back to a moment in the game on the opening day that he looked bothered.
No!
Yeah, because being at one stage they were at 142 for 6, I think. And he decided that I am the captain and I'm going to lead from the front, and he showed a level of confidence and control, and the troop sticks with him and build a partnership. We see where we got a 63 runs partnership from Hackett and Carter, and then we saw another 58 runs partnership from Mataro, and then now Edmund, he's sticking around, picking up some runs at the other end.
No.
I spoke about Jonathan Carter looking unbothered. And it's just the fact that the Jamaica Scorpions, they don't look as if, they don't look convincing enough for me. Round the wicket from Shields. And J. Shields, you look at that, 2 for 71. And this is his 14th over. So that again, Kim, will be cause for concern. Mind you, he missed the opening game because of a niggle. He's coming back from injury. So he's not where he wants to be in terms of his fitness level, in terms of, you know, being able to be consistent. He is quick. But he also has to learn from this scenario, this situation, in the sense that you enter day 2 needing 3 wickets. As a fast bowler, new ball in hand, bowling to the tail. How do you operate? What are the lines, the lengths that you hit? What are the areas you hit? What's the field that you're looking to operate? What it is that you do in this scenario? So he has to learn from this as well. This one is picked up, and that's gone all the way again. Into the north stand. Not for the first time this morning, off of Jay Shields. And the CCC team approaching that 300-run mark. And Jonathan Carter is playing a blinder here.
Can't take nothing away from Carter. Been very watchful. He dispatched that one quite well. And then apply some more pressure on OJ Shields, because pressure is on him with getting no balls, and the lower end of the CCC team, they are getting boundaries.
It must really be a concern. That's 300, by the way. So we're looking at the scoreboard, and we're looking at the manual scoreboard. So that's 300. So that means another batting point for the CCC team. So even more problems for the Jamaica Scorpions, even more worry for the Jamaica Scorpions. As Gordon Bryan continues, and Keswick Williams joins us. Good morning, Kezi.
Morning to you, Ronaldo. Came in with a wide as well. But good to see Gordon Bryan back this morning, operating, picked up an early wicket. Jamaica in a position now that they really have to take this wicket and come out and put themselves in a more commanding position. Jonathan Carter, 134. Came out and looked like he wanted to destroy the bowling lineup of Jamaica. Usually score runs against Jamaica as well, so familiar territories for him.
And likes playing here as well at Sabina Park. Gone quite a few scores here. What do you make of the Jamaica Scorpions and their tactics towards the end of day number 1.
I was looking at it yesterday and I was still wondering why OJ Shields didn't get at least about 2 overs or so in the evening. He's a quick bowler.
This one is tugged through mid-wicket, and Gavasta Edmund dealing solely in boundaries here. That's his second 4 to go with a 6. And he has taken his total up to 14 and the CCC to 304 for 9.
Looks like one of those players that likes to hit it through the leg side. That's its 3rd boundary now. Through the mid-wicket, mid-on region. So he looks like one that likes to tug the ball through the leg side. As Kimberly mentioned, he bats on leg stump. He's a tall fella as well. He's from Westmoreland here in Jamaica.
And this one flicked behind square. They're asking for 2. Should be easily 2 runs.
So back to that question that you asked me earlier in regards to how they finished probably the last hour, 45 minutes or so of their play yesterday. I would have probably brought back OJ Shields to get at least 2 overs, maybe against the youngster, the 17-year-old youngster. I mean, he have played cricket. I don't think he understands cricket at the first class level yet, but how he played yesterday shows that he has full intention to learn as fast as possible. And I think that's the kind of environment that Jonathan Carter and Robert Samuel, Brooks and Pedro Collins and these guys create for these youngsters to learn as fast as possible so that they can get themselves in a position that they can perform at this level. So what the youngster did yesterday, 17 years of age, what he did yesterday is magnificent. He played well, not taking anything away from him. But if you have your fastest bowler in the island, not injured, yes, he's coming back from injury, but he only gone 10 overs. You'd want to at least give him an extra 2 against this youngster to try, ruffle his feathers a little bit and try to get a wicket, create that opportunity for a wicket. That's what I was thinking.
And the new ball was due as well.
That as well. So it was a bit of concern for me. That's what I would have done. But at the end of the day, you still have to try to look into the game and think about the plans that the skipper had yesterday. Because at the end of the day, we're sitting here, we don't know the plans. So far, this youngster have been going at everything that's probably short of a length. So my thing is, pat the slip cord and let him drive. He haven't tried drive the ball as yet. Try to nick him off, because every single shot that he has played so far is attacking the leg side boundary. But that brings the end of the over, an end of a Gordon O'Brien over. 6 from that over. The score is 306 for 9.
Rightly said, Keswick. First boundary was a 6 down to long on. Was one that was slapped it down to long on for 6. Second boundary, long on, again, similar shot. The third boundary, short delivery, tugged mid-wicket, and then the 2 that he got was behind square. So again, all 4 scoring shots are cross-batted shots.
So you have to test him. You have to see. You know what? I want to see if he can drive. Let's see if he can drive. And then, with Gordon O'Brien, who's seaming the ball, who usually seams the ball well, he can, pitch it up a little fuller, invite him for that drive and try to take the edge. You have to plan how to out guys. Yesterday we saw Gordon O'Brien bowling about 18 overs or so in a day's play. The thing about Gordon is that he's a fit guy. He would give you overs. He will run in and give you overs. He would hit that deck as hard as he can. But is he giving you that pace that you need to really ruffle the feathers of some batters? I'm not sure. But the thing is, he has enough pace to seam the ball and take the edges of batters, or even to get through that bat and pad era.
This one is guided down to third man for a single. Did not to take the single the previous delivery. And it's about giving your bowlers confidence, isn't it? Fast bowler like Ojeshi is coming in against the CCC team. Picked up a couple of early wickets. And then to give him the new ball towards the end of the opening day. Had he gotten one, could have gone on to get another one to make it 2, so he would end the day with 4. And we could be in a totally different situation. Instead, the Jamaica Scorpions have conceded 47 runs so far this morning. And we've completed 97 overs, so that's in 9 overs.
Having a conversation with one of the players this morning, I did told him, I said, you guys shouldn't look to bowl more than 10 overs or so. If you guys are thinking that way, come out, probably bowl 10 overs or so. Try to get those last wickets. Because it's in the sake of good cricket. You want to see good cricket. But as you rightly mentioned, you're not seeing that energy that you want to see.
That's Jerome
from
Foster coming in.
I think it should be him. He did say he's going to come in on a chopper today.
It's a convoy, by the way.
He did say he's going to come in on a chopper. Thought he was lying.
Indeed, didn't he?
Can't believe it. We'll see him in a bit. But yeah, as you did mention, you're not seeing that sting from the Scorpions. They have lost that edge in regional cricket. So they need to find that back. The question is what are they going to do to get back that sting in regional cricket? And that's what's important.
Keswick looking a little bit worried as to what's happening now. Shields needs to pick up this wicket of Gavasta Edmund. The figures will look better at 3 for 78 than it does at 2 for 78.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yes, he has that pace. I'm not going to hide it. He has that pace. But I'm still not seeing the main thing, what I need to see when you have that pace. It's all about having the control with that pace.
Decides to go for a slower delivery, and it's popped to the man at mid-off. So you talk about pace, Keswick Williams, but it's the slower delivery that does the trick.
Well, it's pace off.
So the CCC innings comes to an end. Gavasta Edmund disappointed. He goes for 16.
So he's showing a bit of skills there. Slower delivery. Could have only found Bonner, who's at mid-off. And that's the end of the CCC innings. 307 for 9 of 96.5 overs. O.J. Shields picking up 3 for 78. Jonathan Carter, the star of the innings, 135 of 217 deliveries. And Edmund Gavaskar came in and tried to put up a little fight. Good little inning, 16 of 17 balls. O.J. Shields, 3 for 78. Gordon O'Brien, 3 for 66. And Abijay Mansingh, 2 for 87.
I think 2 for 37.
37, sorry. I need some glasses, isn't it?
You probably need to borrow those from Kim. That comes with the archive technology.
Yes.
But so much has been said from us about the Jamaica Scorpions and their tactical issues, if you want to put it that way. But I don't think we've said enough about Jonathan Carter. His 135 being the backbone of that innings from the CCC team. And what was important about it was that Jonathan Carter, and it showed in the last partnership as well, has also allowed someone like Cian Hackett, Motara, and even Gavasta Edmund to come and express themselves. At no point did you see Jonathan Carter coming down to the guys and saying, just push it and take a single here, a single there. He allowed them to express themselves. And that worked in the favor of the CCC team as well. But his innings is maybe one of the best that I've seen from Jonathan Carter. It's his 6th first-class century, and it's maybe his best of the lot.
Yeah, taking into consideration the point of the game he came into bat, it was a point that I'm sure that the Scorpions were probably thinking that they would have gotten CC all out for about 160, 170 or so. He came in, him and Brooks built a partnership together, and he took it from there after Brooks departed. So he played a really, really good role. I'm very impressed with how he has matured in terms of his innings. Another nut out for Jonathan Carter at this level. And another nut out, scoring 100. So really well done. Played from the front as the skipper. And this is really good for CCC, showing the players that you need to go out there and do what they're supposed to do. They went out there and do just that. In Jonathan Carter, Brooks played a good hand as well. So CCC is in a good position going into the second day. Well, going into this game.
Yeah, most definitely. And for the Jamaica Scorpions, one, I think they now have a blueprint of what to do while batting on this surface, which is important. As I pointed out on day one to Kim at the time, that the Jamaica Scorpions, they're 159 in the first innings. They have to mark that off as a blip throughout this season. And now they've managed to see what can be achieved on this surface. And the senior players like the Jermaine Blackwood, the Nkrumah Bonner, the Chadwick Walton, they need to step up now with bat and to get the Jamaica Scorpions up to 307 or even surpassing 307. Because batting points is something that they have to get if they are going to come back in this season. So there's a lot to talk about for the Jamaica Scorpions in terms of their bowling innings, how they went about it. I believe Coach Andrew Richardson has a lot of work to do with this unit. But no, it's the focus is no longer on the bowlers. The focus is now on the batters and how they approach this. And it starts with Chadwick Walton and Carlos Brown. I said after the first game, the first innings, that the way Chadwick Walton got out, it almost set the tone for the remainder of the Jamaica Scorpions innings. There were stumps everywhere. And when you see a senior batter as Chadwick Walton being dismissed in that fashion, I believe it set the tone for the remainder of the Scorpions innings. That said, Chadwick Walton and Carlos Brown will now have to come out and set the tone for this first innings.
Definitely, we want to see that from him. Something that the coach would be very pleased with. The start in which they would make here this morning, the approach to batting this morning, the coach would be pretty pleased with that. Having Chadwick Walton, who's a senior player, will definitely mean a lot to the coach if he can come out and show some class, show some experience. They have a lot of work on their hands, so they have a lot of thinking to do in the dressing room. In terms of their bowling, do think they did pick up some bowling points, so that's a plus for them. But there's always, even though they're negatives, there are always some positive that you can take from a day's play. So, so far, they have bowling points, so that's a positive. They have to now try to get some batting points in this innings. That's the most important thing now.
The positive for us, Keswick, is that we get to take a break and come back with the Jamaica Scorpions first innings with bat in hand. All right, so welcome back to our coverage here from the second round of the CWI Regional 4-day competition. It's Jamaica Scorpions up against the combined campuses and colleges. And the CCC team made 307 all out on the back of 135 from Jonathan Carter, not out, by the way, from Jonathan Carter. And the Jamaica Scorpions now getting set for their first innings, which will be a very interesting response to 307. The CCC team getting 2 batting points. They passed the 250 mark, and they've passed the 300-run mark. So Coach Robert Samuels would be very happy with their batting performance. Now it is about backing that up with a proper bowling performance against a pretty fickle batting lineup from the Jamaica Scorpions. And so much so that the fielding team is out, the umpires are out, but the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen are nowhere to be seen. And you talk about setting the tone, and you talk about being ready to go out and bat, and you talk about confidence. And what this does is that it shows a team in CCC who is very confident, coming off 307 all out, despite their defeat against the Barbados Pride in their opening game. They are ready, they're on the field, they're waiting, and only now the Jamaica Scorpions batters have emerged. Chadwick Walton to your right with 59 in his back, and a Carlos Brown who desperately needs some runs to stake his claim at this level, at the regional level. Both these batters are at different ends of their career. Chadwick Walton, you believe every time he's involved or included in a Jamaica Scorpions squad, you're thinking, you know, not again, depending on who you are, or you're thinking good inclusion because he brings the experience. And Carlos Brown, who is looking to start his regional career. And Chadwick Walton being assisted here with the buttoning of his shirt. Now, Keswick, if you're a fielding team and you're out on the field, and the batters, the umpires, had to go to call the batters, you're thinking that they don't want to face us.
Well, I'll be happy. I'm ready before they are.
And it's little pointers like these that in the end really tells where a team is mentally. As the first delivery.
No ball.
And a no ball to start, so Jediah Blades has caught the no ball bug. And comes over from the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers. O.J. Shields, the main culprit of that. And Markina Mindley, the left arm seamer from over the wicket, generally gives Chadwick Walton some issues. As angling across the right-handed Chadwick Walton, 2 slips in place, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, forward short leg, and a fine leg.
So far, so good. Good start. The thing what I like about left arm fast bowlers is that they will come left arm over. If they can bring back the ball to the right-hander, that is golden. Because the natural angle is going across or going away from the right-handers. So if they can tail that one back or have that one delivery they tail back, that's golden for any left arm fast bowlers.
And you can see the plan here, looking to go full, looking to get Chadwick Walton driving through that vacant cover region and to get that ball to maybe nip back, catch the top of off stump, or even to just angle across, get the outside edge. So bringing at least three modes of dismissals into play here. An inside edge or going through bat and pad for ball. Leg before wicket if you can get the ball to come back enough or caught behind. As Chadwick Walton plays this one in front of point. And that was a delicious stroke from Chadwick Walton. Just eased, didn't look to force the shot. It was all timing from the right-hander. And he's off the mark. The Scorpions up now to 5 without loss.
Very easy on the eyes, Chadwick Walton. Just ease into that one. Opening the face of the bat. All intention just to get it just in front of point. Not really much power behind that shot. Just a lot of timing.
I think what the CCC team will take from that is that it was driven on the up. This time gets the inner portion of the bat. Should be 2. They turn for the second. So that shot, it wasn't a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. Chadwick Walton deciding to play it on the up, played it well. But if you're getting a batter to do that, that's part of the battle won, because that is what you want them to do. Play deliveries that aren't full enough and playing away from their body.
I have a question for you, though. When we look at all the teams around the Caribbean, apart from the West Indies Academy, I could remember early when West Indies Academy came out, Marlon Samuel played with them in Super 50. I don't know if you remember, but Marlon Samuel did play with the West Indies Academy when it just came out as the senior personnel in that team. What do you think about the Chadwicks, the Carters, the Jasu Mohammed, and these guys being in there for the team still, the Imran Khan? What do you think about them being in their first class team still? Mind you, that these guys still do perform. But there's a lot of talks around the Caribbean that they should give the youngsters the opportunity. They should do this, they should do that. What are your thoughts about that?
I put it this way, as the over comes to an end, 8 from it. Minus Jonathan Carter's 135 from the CCC total, and you'll get your answer. Jonathan Carter is the difference in not only 1 batting point, but the difference in 2 batting points, because they got across the 300-run mark. It's very important for these senior players to be a part of these setups, because you don't want to have a team with 80-85% new players early in their regional careers, because they haven't been exposed to different scenarios, different situations.
Who's going to coach who?
So they don't know what exactly to do. Had a discussion with Waver Hines some time back. I was doing a series of story on cricket in Jamaica and where we are from where we're coming from. And one thing that Waver Hines pointed out was that when he was coming into a Jamaica team, he was coming into a Jamaica team with senior players that would guide him, help him to make that transition to regional cricket. And even during the most successful period of Jamaica's cricket, you're thinking about the team with Parchment, David Bernard Jr., Tamar Lambert, Nikita Miller, Andrew Richardson, all those persons being a part of the most successful period where we won 5 straight. You had youngsters coming through because you had Jermaine Blackwood towards the latter part of that team. It's Gavasta Edmund, the bowler from the Michael Holding end. So Jermaine Blackwood would have benefited from playing in a team that included some senior players. I think the problem is when you have senior players in these teams that aren't performing, you're now left with the problem of who motivates who carries who.
But while they're not performing, don't you think they would have other roles to play other than performing? Yes, it's a must, as that one is squeezed through extra cover by Walton, only picks up one. But yes, as I was saying, like, yes, you want them to perform. That's the reason why they're in the team, to perform. But it can't be performance alone with the experience that you possess over the years. It must be you being there as well to share the knowledge that you have acquired over the years as well. Because at the end of the day, Tamar Langbot played, did well, but there must be someone that's coming in new who would gain his knowledge, the captaincy knowledge. Did we have anyone coming in under Langbot that is here now that probably gained that knowledge from Tamar Langbot, how he go about being the captain for Jamaica for so much years and doing so well? So it's all about the experience and youth. You have to put them together.
I agree with you, but what you don't want it to become a token position. If you want to offer advice, to share experience, as this is pushed firmly for no run, become a mentor. You don't want it to become a token position, because while you're sharing your knowledge and your expertise with these youngsters, you must be someone that they're able to look up to. Someone like Nikita Miller, who still bowls to these guys in training. And he's the assistant coach. Had a discussion with him the other day, and he says that if it wasn't for his back issue, he would have played a little while longer. And even now, he's bowling to these guys, and he feels as if, you know, he has something in him left. But while they're sharing their experience, Keswick, you don't want it to become something that they're only in a team because of the experience, because that team now will be a struggling team. And it now becomes even more difficult to teach these youngsters, because it's harder to learn in a losing team than it is in a winning team. There's greater leverage for experimentation when it is that the team is winning than when the team is losing.
True. Good point.
But I like the fact that a Jonathan Carter, a Shamar Brooks, is in a CCC team.
Do you think they need to add at least one more experienced player in that setup, the CCC? Because I was having a conversation yesterday with Foster, and we were saying that probably 3 could be added to the CCC team, like 3 experienced players, but now in the bowling department. So you have Shamar Brooks that would be that spearhead in terms of the batting. So he can have his own batting group where he would have conversations about batting. Jonathan Carter would be that all-rounder figure, and he's also the captain as well, so he's in charge of everything. But then he can bowl, which we know he would probably do in this game as well. He can bowl and then he bats. So he would be in charge of the all-rounders like the Cyan, Hackett, and these guys who brings that all-round ability. But then the bowling department. So I was wondering if the CCC should think about adding someone in the bowling department that is full of experience, that can guide guys like Blade and the Gavaskas going forward.
It's a brilliant point that you made, because you want it to be spread right across. So ideally, and you've given Shamar Brooks as an example, Shamar Brooks can also talk to batters 1, 2, 3, and even 4, because he would have played pivotal roles in those positions at different levels. Jonathan Carter, as you said, can talk about the all-rounders, but it's also about batting in the middle. And you do need someone with the experience to guide the bowlers. So it gives it a bit more balance. It's a really good point that you make. It's a well-directed short delivery from Jediah Blades. It's a really important point that you make. Is being able to have someone to give the opening batters, the top order batters instructions and share experience, the middle order, the all-rounders, to share experience, and the bowlers to share experience as well. So it's something that they can look into and to see how it best fits the CCC team. Mind you, they're coming back into regional four-day cricket, so maybe this is something that is being fixed for 2025.
I like the fact that they're doing it. And the good thing about it is that who's there now at CCC when it comes to experience, like the Brooks and the Carters, they're scoring runs. So there's not a lot that people around the Caribbean can say about these players. Because looking at Jonathan Carter yesterday, batting all day, run his 2 runs. And he moved well in the crease. And at no point he looked like he was, like fatigue was taking over or anything like that. So that's good to see, which means his fitness is up.
Has a lot to do with roles, the role that you play in a team. And it's something I don't think a lot of players pay much attention to. What's my role as a number 3? What's my role as a number 4? And to bat within that role.
I also like the addition as well, because what I really like is the fact that bringing in CCC and West Indies Academy, as we see the end of the over there, end of another Jediah Blades over, score is 10 without loss. As I look at the addition of CCC and West Indies Academy, 2 Super 50 and 40 cricket, it is something good as well, because over the years, you will find a player playing 6 years of first-class cricket. And when you check out the amount of games that they've gone, they've probably gone over just eight games over 6 and 8 years. But whenever you go to county cricket, now there are a lot more teams. And these guys will play 5 years. And then when you look at the amount of games that they have played in 5 years, you're shocked. So it's good that West Indies really implemented the CCC and the West Indies Academy, which is more games. Because the more cricket you play, the better you're going to get. As you see this 17-year-old youngster yesterday played some good shots. Back with his skipper, taking it to the end. And I'm pretty sure that while he was out there with his skipper was talking to him about taking it to the end. At that one, Chadwick is punching that one down the ground. Really well played. Straight as an arrow, Ronaldo.
I'll describe this shot this way, Keswick. I don't think that Chadwick Walton, even if he makes 100, will play a better shot than that in this innings. Really well timed. Didn't look to overhit the ball. And this now, that's his second boundary. And that's the second time that I've said that. And he's not looking to overhit the ball, which is a good sign for Chadwick Walton and a good sign for the Scorpions as well.
The last time I heard someone say that's the best shot they would see for the day, they had to pin the next ball because it was even better. That's in Super 50, Zachary McCaskey. I was doing commentary with Matt Floyd and he played a cover drive and Matt said that's the best shot of the day.
I tell you what, I was listening to the commentary at the third T20 between the West Indies and Australia. And from the first 6, the commentator said that's the biggest one of the day. And he kept saying that for about 6-7 times.
It's not something that you would really say when West Indies is playing, especially if you have Andrew Russell in the hut, Rutherford, Kyle Mears, Rovman Powell, Johnson Charles. The list just goes on and on. These guys hit 6 for fun.
It's always good to have a strong West Indies team. I don't necessarily like the fact that our cricket is trending more towards T20 than the 50 over or Test cricket. But if it is that you've won 2 world titles in limited overs cricket, you dominated international cricket for an extended period. You've also won 2 T20 World T20 titles. And I don't think I'm in a position to say to West Indies cricket that I don't like the direction you're going.
I'll tell you one thing though. Everybody have their time on this earth as Gavaskar over comes to an end.
At the end of that over, the Jamaican Scorpions
Just at 4 in the over from Chadwick Walton.
without loss.
Jamaica 14 without loss. But as I was saying, everybody have their time on this God's green earth.
President's action.
And I just think that it's not really West Indies' time again to reign.
Get there, man.
Australia's structure is brilliant in terms of their youth cricket, on the 19 cricket, the men's cricket. Pakistan as well is showing that their structure in terms of youth development is progressing nicely. A team that I would say, I think in the next couple of years, 3 years even, that will definitely sort of be up there in terms of one-day cricket, to dominate one-day cricket, is Afghanistan. We did make mention about that helicopters that's passed, and it's Foster.
He has made his appearance now.
He's made his appearance. So it landed behind the stadium. For those who are watching, Foster just making his way in. Need to have a conversation with him after about need to fly in one of those choppers before I leave Jamaica. But yeah, when you look at the structure and the cricket around the world and how they're developing, in terms of Afghanistan, they're developing nicely. Their cricket is getting better every time you see them. At first, Afghanistan was struggling with open batters. Now, Afghanistan have opening batters that are playing T20 cricket around the world. Ramula Gobaz is one of those players who is known worldwide for how he goes about playing his cricket. So it's good that the West Indies, or Cricket West Indies, have implemented these young teams in the 40 tournament so that they can learn. And having players like Jonathan Carter and Shamar Brooks around these guys, still think they need an extra senior player. And I think what West Indies should do is work close with CCC in terms of development, make the structure strong. Because without proper structure, Ronaldo, your building will never really be as strong as it's supposed to be. Starts from the ground up. Proper foundation, proper structures need to be put in place to get our cricket back to where it's supposed to be.
It does, and it's about building characters like Kevin Wickham, has had 2 scores behind him now in 2 rounds. And you look forward to see these youngsters coming through the ranks. And I'll use the analogy or I use the example from another sport, from football. When managers talk about the personality and the mentality to fit into a team. As Carlos Brown wears one. Doesn't look exactly comfortable.
Haven't been
Against
looking
Blades
too
here.
haven't been really looking too comfortable either. I think that one just
Is that
probably
umpire?
just kept a little low.
Yeah. Blades does look sharp, by the way.
Sam Hackett having a few words. Up wrong.
So as I was saying, it's identified. I would have said sometime, and it's maybe an unpopular comment or view on the situation. When Joshua Da Silva came into the West Indies test setup, initially I said Joshua Da Silva, for me, should not be wicket keeping. Another short delivery here. And it's not that he's not a good wicket keeper. I think he is. But I believe Joshua Da Silva has the mentality, has the technical abilities to be an opening batter. And it's at a time when the West Indies, we needed a solid opening batter. Would have gone through a couple of batters with Craig Brathwaite, but I felt that Joshua Da Silva would have contributed more as an opening batter. And it's simply because of his personality, his mentality, his technical ability. And I say that to say that we should now look at how do we find cricketers with a certain mentality to fit into our West Indies programs. Because we do have talent, we do have skills. No run. But I believe the problem is that when they do get to the international setup, if they're not mentally there, they're not mentally tough, it can break them. So we've seen so many players who play international cricket, and after 2 tours, they're averaging 19, 20, 23. And we have to start looking at that, finding cricketers with a mentality that can fit into a West Indies setup and a West Indies team. There's that edge from Chadwick Walton, and beats the man at gully and goes into the boundary of a 4. If anything, I felt that he rode the bounce well and guided it into that gap. It's not convincing, but effective.
I think it's actually intended. I don't think he actually wanted it to go between slips. Looks like he was aiming to go somewhat behind backward point between gully area. But the good thing about it, he was on top of the bounce. So he kept it down.
Gavasta Edmund looks good, and he's another youngster from a Jamaica standpoint that you want to do well, you want him to develop. It is very good because it is clear that had we not had the CCC, that we would not have seen Gavasta Edmund playing in the 4-day competition. So again, this is what happens. I remember Ramal Lewis, who is, and you spoke about Tamar Lampert and his ability to lead the team. And I remember Ramal Lewis was someone who many persons spoke highly of in terms of his ability to think the game, to think outside the box, and to make things happen. But Ramal Lewis spent a number of years outside of under-19 when he no longer could play under-19, playing his cricket for the Guyana franchise. And when he was released by the Guyana franchise, he still wasn't picked up by the Jamaica Scorpions. Remember Dean Smith played for Trinidad. So you also have to look into these territories, and this is from a Jamaican standpoint. I'm sure Barbados would have its own story. The Leewards would have its own story. The Windwards, Guyana, TNT, all these different territories will have their own stories about youngsters coming through and not getting an opportunity for some reason or the other. That's a shot. That's probably a shot and a half. Not as good as the straight drive down the ground, but rivaling it. Chadwick Walton looks unsung now.
I was about to mention, do we still see that that straight drive is the better shot or that one? But at the end of the day, it's a lovely shot. Brings him 4.
It's also a no ball. Now, Chadwick Walton now, and we've spoken a lot, and probably excessively, about the importance of senior players. He's batting for himself and Carlos Brown. Because a youngster like Carlos Brown, seeing how Chadwick Walton got dismissed in the first innings, that doesn't give him a high level of confidence, especially starting his career. So this now is good. Chadwick Walton not looking to force shots, making good of what we think is a really good batting pitch. And Carlos Brown from the other end has to now see how Chadwick is operating, speaking with Chadwick, who has the experience, and now crafting his own strategy on how to get runs in this game.
Going back to what you were saying in terms of the franchise cricket system, there's some pros and cons about it. For example, teams, it's about making up of teams. For example, I can remember Trevor Griffith from Guyana played here for Scorpions for some years. Also Devon Thomas. And I think it's Dennis Smith of the Grenada played here. So it's all about the makeup of the team, because some teams may need an all-rounder and think that this all-rounder from Guyana may be a better makeup for our team than the one we have probably here in Jamaica. And some may say, you know what, this keeper from Jamaica is a better fit for our unit than the one we have here in Windward, because over the years, Windward Island have been taking all-rounders from Barbados almost every single year. Cotton Calmiers was there at one point. Kevin Stout, Justin Graves, now there's Shamar Springer. And I think over the years, all those all-rounders, it's time for the peel there from Blade.
And remember your point, because looking back at this delivery, this is the second false stroke, I'll call it, from Carlos Brown. Now, what I would want is for Chadwick Walton to walk down to Carlos Brown and to have a word with him. It's Carlos Brown who is initiating the conversation. So the first delivery in the over, short, Carlos Brown ducked under it, pushed back on his back foot, and you sense that the full delivery was coming. Beaten outside the off stump, beaten again outside the off stump. And I reckon Blades could go short again here. Decides to go back of a length. But that's what I think encapsulate what it is that we're talking about. Chadwick Walton, being the senior player, must be able to identify that and to say to Carlos Brown, this is what he wants you to do. But in terms of the question you're asking, Keswick, find me examples, and I'm not saying they don't exist because I know they do, of players who from outside of a Trinidad, a Barbados, Guyana. This one is picked down to fine leg. So for instance, Trinidad and Tobago, who would take year after year a number of players from the Leewards or the Windwards. Because these territories, the Trinidad, the Barbados, the Guyana, Jamaica, because they're not an amalgamation of islands, they tend to be, I don't want to use the word selfish, but they want to keep their homegrown players and to have their players represent the country. For the Windwards and the Leewards, which I believe is the right way, I commended Cricket West Indies when it is that you had to draft, I believe, 2 players from outside of your territory into your regional setup. But we've certainly moved away from that in the past few years. And I would love for regional cricket to get back to that. In the end, you play as one West Indies.
Jamaica Scorpions replying to 307 all out.
So if there is a very good player from Barbados, you can only play 11. A player like Shamar Springer from that under-19 World Cup, who is, I believe, is a very good talent, very good prospect, can't get into a Barbados team, it should not mean that he doesn't play cricket. It should be that he can go to a Leewards or a Windwards in this case and to play and to contribute. Same for Kyle Mears.
A player like him, I think, in a case of Shamar Springer, I just think it's a case where Barbados lost him. Windwards just probably picked him first. I don't think that he's a player that they probably would have, want to lose out on. As we see what he's doing here for Windwards, I don't think Windwards would want to lose him anytime soon. Well, so to Justin Graves. Last year he was doing some really good work for Windwards. I'm pretty surprised that he didn't get recalled by Windwards. Fantastic player. Now he's in Leewards. But I think the Windward Islands now is probably 5 countries. Because now I think we pull Barbados over to the Windward Islands because we only take Bajans. So we have a connection. It's a love story between the Windward Islands and Barbados. So you know what? We just take it on to Windward. So Barbados is now in the Windward Islands. But the Bajans over the years coming to the Windward Island, they have been doing a fantastic job. The all-rounders especially, the Kevin Stout, the Kyle Mears, the Justin Graves, now the Shamar Springer, Tevin Walcott, who is the keeper. Good guys to be around, good team guys. So, and the thing is, they came in, and it's almost like they're family already. Some of the Windward Island guys even talk Bajan. So it's all good. For the love of cricket and developing that camaraderie between the teams. That's a good thing for Windwards. They're doing well now. They just have to continue. What's important here now is looking at young Gavaskar out of Jamaica operating in Jamaica. So he's, for some of the comments that you would see online is, why is he even playing for CCC and he's from Jamaica? So a lot of people have these arguments not understanding what the franchise cricket brings.
But it also helps these different territories because now it gives Andrew Richardson an idea of what Gavasta Edmund can do at the regional level. Remember, Shakaya Thomas played for CCC for a number of years. As you know, Chadwick Walton as well. So it gives these coaches an idea. So come the 2025 season, if Gavasta Edmund does well for CCC, could be drafted into a Jamaica Scorpions setup. So it helps. Jordan Johnson in the West Indies Academy team. How would he perform at the regional level? So you take all those into consideration. 8 overs completed, 26 without loss. I'm going to take my leave as the smooth talking and the
Helicopter dropping.
Jerome Foster makes his way in. not in his red shirt today, but has gone full blue. I wonder if he's cheering for Chelsea. This is his away kit.
It's a good thing he changed that red.
He certainly doesn't bring Chelsea.
So, as you see, a change in bowling. Cyan Hackett out of Trinidad and Tobago with ball in hand. And a change in the commentary box as well. As we welcome Mr. Foster. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great. In monitoring. And a good start for the Scorpions. To be 26 without loss has been a massive improvement on what they did last week. They would have lost 2 or 3 wickets already. Hackett is turned down to the onside. You were mentioning the players who played for the CCC. I'm almost sure that Nkrumah Bonner played for the CCC at one stage. I know he was part of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for a couple of seasons.
Right arm over, Carlos.
I would like to think so. I would definitely like to think so.
Yeah.
He played for CCC. But when you look at the list of the players that have made it onto the West Indies team who played a bulk of their regional cricket for the CCC, the list goes on. I could probably pick an 11. A proper 11 as well. Who played for the CCC, a bulk of their cricket, and made it on to the West Indies team and did pretty well at that level.
So Bonner played in 2010.
And also we will have captains at every single format as well.
Yeah.
T20, Test and One Day.
One day.
Rahman Powell is now the captain for the T20 squad. Beautiful delivery. That's the oohs and ahs that Curtly don't like.
It's a perfect length though. Drove Brown forward.
Really well bowled.
Yeah.
Good lines, good length.
It's 2 of 26, Carlos Brown, but this is nothing new to him. And if you follow the trial games, about 2 or 3 sessions for high 50s. I think he got a 90 in one of those matches. Didn't get a century, but he was earmarked to be the opener for this season.
That one kept a little low. So this is probably a 4th delivery I'm seeing in this game that kept low. Not what we accustomed to, because the last wicket, the consistency in bounce was a lot better. Yeah. On this wicket, just keeping a little bit low.
And this wicket is closer to the Kingston Cricket Club. It's about 3 pitches to the right, or 3 squares to the right. But what it has done, it has provided a surface with a score over 300 already, so that tells you.
Still good for batting.
Yeah. And this surface is one of the designated test wickets. And this surface is the one that Jaden Seals picked up that 5-wicket haul on. The youngest to take 5 wickets in a test match for the West Indies. That was against Pakistan here in 2021.
So take us back to that conversation where we think about the list of players that played for CCC or started with CCC or played a bulk of their regional cricket with CCC. If you have to pick 11 out of that with guys, capable guys who played for West Indies, probably will start with a Chadwick Walton, Omar Phillips at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll have someone like a Kijon Otley, Sunil Ambrose, Kyle Mears, Raymond Reefer, Rahman Powell, Carlos Bratwitt, Jason Holder,
You must find a spinner. Gonna be a
myself
long
and
day.
Ryan Austin.
Okay.
So that's the 11 there.
And Austin also played Test cricket for West Indies,
Play
by the
test
way.
cricket for West Indies. So, yeah, so so CCC really do a good job in terms of getting players onto the West Indies team. And when I say getting them onto the West Indies team, the structure that we had at the university at that time in terms of getting us ready for first class cricket, it was brilliant.
Yeah. I was supposed to ask you that on day one, in terms of, you said that there was a designated plan to ensure that you get players who could play for more than one season. But outside of that, one is driven square of the wicket by Brown, forceful, and he will get at least 2 and takes the score up to 30 without loss. In terms of the structure of how were the camps organized and what were the training periods like, you could expound on that as well.
Yeah, sure. So at the at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, where usually a bulk of the players would be. So Floyd Reefer was the coach at that time. Ryan Austin was doing his coaching there as well. So we'll have training days. So training was scheduled around our classes. So according to when you have class on that day, a bulk of us will train in the morning, some will train in the evening, and some will train probably midday. So they make sure that we have our training done. There was a physio there at the time, in Mr. Simpson. So there are days as well that you would go and visit the physio, and there are days that you will do your strengthening. Our strengthening guy was Mr. Ross out of Barbados, so we had to do strengthening, we had to do physio work. So it was a proper structure, and then we play on the weekend in the local tournament in Barbados. Had a period of time where the university won every single thing, every single tournament in Barbados. So what happened if Floyd realized that, look, Chadwick is going to play for CCC for a couple of years, he would then move from Mona to Cave Hill.
So he would carry his grades too to Cave Hill, his
Everything
courses, yeah.
goes straight to Cave Hill, and he finished his courses at Cave Hill, because then he's going to need him there to do the bulk of his training and stuff like that. So Chadwick did his master's at Cave Hill. He also has a degree in accounting. Akeem Diwar out of Jamaica here played a bulk of his cricket for CCC. He's now living in New York. From Jamaica, played for West Indies under 19 as well.
Yeah.
Went to Cave Hill. Ravman was there for a bit, came down during the summer to play for the university team so that Floyd can have him close to do a lot of work with him to get him up to speed. So the structure that we had at the university, it was well planned out by Floyd Reefer. Pedro Collins was there, Ryan Austin. At a point in time, we had Tony Gray out of Trinidad as well.
Yeah. Former West Indies fast bowler.
So the structure and what Floyd Reefer, who is now the assistant coach for West Indies, wanted to achieve while we were there was well done. So there was never a time that we were only focused on cricket or only focused on school. We had to balance it. So we learned to be a student athlete. And that shaped us into the young men that we are today. Chadwick Walton obviously playing all these leagues around the world. Raymond Reefer played for West Indies. He I think he's on his way back from Bangladesh, BPL. Ravman Powell is now the captain for West Indies. Kyle Mears, superstar in the world, playing IPL. I think he should be on his way back home from Australia.
But the IPL starts in a couple of days, really.
So a lot of these guys, Jason Holder in LT20, Carlos in LT20. So a lot of these guys, around that time when I was there, right now they're doing well for themselves in terms of cricket and even administration. Kyle Kerbin is now an entrepreneur in Barbados. Omar Phillips in Australia have his own academy. Ryan Austin works with West Indies with Cricket West Indies as a coach as well.
Yeah, with the women's team.
With the women's team, but he was also with the under 19 team in Super 50. I'm still doing my thing, and I'm doing some commentary as well. So a lot of us doing a lot of things good.
Yeah. And for some time as well, Jason Holder was the #1 ranked all-rounder in Test cricket.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the thing is, we came through that system, and we not only did well in cricket, academically we did well. So who is not really out there in the cricket world is really handling business at home, being entrepreneurs and stuff.
It's forceful off the back foot again from Walton. He found the gap. Easy 2 runs. They have been much more watchful, these two, in comparison to what took place last week here at Sabina Park. They lost wickets in a cluster at that top order of the Scorpions and really pushed the team on the back foot.
Well, the main thing here for them is to bat through the day. That will put them in a more commanding position. If you can get these 2 batters batting to the end of the day, that's what they would want.
He goes for the pole. It's high in the air, and it's gonna sail over the boundary for 6. Picked up by Walton. That was easy for him. Experienced campaigner. It was badly lined by Hackett, and he just helped it on its way all the way for 6. I think that's his first one of the innings.
Really good shot. A player of his quality would not miss out on those. Bad lead line, especially at this level. Any batter at all more often would score off these sort of deliveries that are badly line going down the leg side. Easy pickings for them, really.
And
so yeah, sometimes it's good to hear the stories of players and what they went through and where they are now.
Yeah.
Because this is what makes the player sometimes. What they went through, their stories.
Yeah. I was, because there has been, well, there are ongoing discussions about the relevance of the CCC coming back as well, because they have been out for about 10 years. And some people are questioning, why are they back? They should not be in the competition unless they're elite players. But there's this problem in cricket, in West Indies cricket, where a huge amount of players just go missing out of the system after playing youth cricket. And I think this is actually a very good
bridging the gap.
Yeah, method to do that.
Bridging that gap.
Yeah, because even in Jamaica, several of our top youth players at under 15, under 17, under 19, they have now migrated to either Canada or USA. So they're not really in this pool of players that we have.
I'll tell you what. I played in the USPL in America last year. And in my team, there were at least about 3 players that played in West Indies under 19 team. And when you ask these guys, so where are you from? I'm from Trinidad. Why are you not in Trinidad team? What are your plans to getting into Trinidad team? They tell you straight up that I can't make that team.
Yeah.
1, where I'm living. 2, too much politics. And you listen to these guys and they are ready to leave Trinidad to go to America.
Greaves is a new bowler, and that's forced again by Brown. open up himself and give himself room to hit it through the offside. A dangerous shot against the off spinner, but once you can trust that bounce, you can score off it once you use a straight bat as well.
Come, G. Come, G.
Not saying that every player is going to make it, because there are always going to be some players that won't make it.
Yeah.
But I would like to think that if you make it on a West Indies under 19 team, there must be some potential that your franchise should see in you to get into that setup.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So
And
if at least, let's say, there are 14 members in that under 19 team traveling, if we can't get at least 10 players out of that to play in their first class team or their franchise team at this level, then we're not doing something right.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. They should
So-
be able to be the best of the emerging rest.
So what CCC and the West Indies Academy is doing is bridging that gap. So that 2-3 years where these players, you might not, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, you're not seeing these players until their franchise decide to give them a blight. Not a play, a blight. And if they don't do well, they're gone again. Because sometimes they bring in these guys when 1 or 2 games is left in the season, and they come in and they fail and they go.
They go, yeah.
So what the CCC and the West Indies Academy is doing is bridging that gap, that couple of years that they're missing to play cricket at the highest level. CCC, basically, you can still play cricket and study.
Sweep shot there from Brown. It's going to be a lot of work for deep backward square. He can't get there. A good shot there from Carlos Brown. Badly line delivery from Romario Graves.
Really
And
loose.
there's the blow.
Deserve the treatment. Deserve the treatment. Well played by Brown. Looks like a guy that's really patient at the crease, knows what he's about, takes his time,
Work, G, boy. Work, G.
trying to model himself as one
Yes,
of those test players who really occupies the crease. Get to understand that he packs a punch, but he just played to the situation. But that brings the end of the over.
Should be the 12th over. I think the score is 44.
That's the
without
first.
loss.
That's the first over from Graves.
Yeah. But your point, read the under 19s, and if you look back at the teams as well, the 2022 team with Teddy Bishop, etc., you see a couple of those players coming into their franchise teams now. But the team with the 2020 team with Jaden Seals and Naeem Young, you see Matthew Ford being a part of the white ball setup now. It's almost as if you're seeing tiny steps of that evolution of the players coming together. You're not obvious. Kurt McKenzie as well was part of that 2020 team. You see more of those players excelling to get into the senior team as well as getting into their franchise teams. And Becky Joseph as well was part of that team. And you're seeing their names around regional circles now. But I don't know if it is a strategic approach from Cricket West Indies to the franchises to get these players involved, or it's just a move from the franchises themselves to have these players involved.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I try, when these conversations are being had around me, I try not to say much in terms of why is CCC in or why is the West Indies Academy playing. This conversation I don't have because it only can make our cricket better. It only can make our cricket stronger.
Yeah.
And I get emotional when I speak about it because we're trying to build a structure that can get our cricket back to where it was. Because at the end of the day, the skippers, the coaches, presidents, directors, people around gives them the heat. And they're trying to get the structure, build a structure that can make West Indies cricket like how it was back 10 years, 20 years ago. And then there are people around that will ask, why is CCC back into the cricket?
Yeah, I think
Why?
those questions are coming from the standpoint that they're looking at the actual results and not the long-term effect or the long-term benefits of having these players playing this form of competition. You only can get stronger. Obviously, they're not supposed to be winning the competition from the outset if you're paying players.
I mean, if CCC comes in and win this tournament outright, then it leads you to raise your eyebrows.
Exactly.
Like, okay, these guys are not on contract. But then, the more cricket that we played, you heard Roach mention it in the last test
yeah.
that they played in Australia. The post-match interview, he did say, for them, winning that test match means a lot. But what stand out in that interview for me was the fact that he mentioned that every year they would only play about 8 or so test matches. And teams like Australia would be playing 12 and 13. You would get better at what you do if you do it more often. And I like that point that he brought up. So with the CCC and West Indies Academy in, it means more games. I can remember when they used to play 2 rounds as well. More cricket would only improve who you are as a player and understand the game faster.
I think this delivery could be the final delivery before lunch. It's 44 without loss, the Scorpions. And Walton defends with a loud shout of no as the clock ticks to 12 o'clock. And umpire Chris Taylor says that's over and time, gentlemen. And so the CCC, after resuming the day at 260 for 7, they were dismissed for 307 in their first innings. Jonathan Carter, 135 not out after resuming on 108. 3 wickets each for O.J. Shields and Gordon Bryan, the 2 pacers for the Scorpions. And the Scorpions, a solid start in response at 44 without loss. Chadwick Walton, he's 33 from 43. A couple of beautiful drives and a pull for 6. Carlos Brown, he has 9 from 37, pretty much to date. But he has been effective to take the Scorpions to lunch unblemished at 44 without loss. So they trail by 263, and in about 40 minutes' time, you'll have a resumption of play here at Sabina Park between the Jamaica Scorpions and the combined campuses and colleges team in this 2024 West Indies Championship. Until then, see you. All right, so welcome back to Sabina Park for the start of the second session. And umpires Chris Taylor and Gregory Brathwaite. They're out in the middle as the CCC players spring from their base to get ready to find a way to dislodge the opening pair of the Jamaica Scorpions. Scorpions 44 without loss in their first innings response to a solid total of 307. It's going to take some very good batting to overhaul that 307 firstly, and then to get a lead. To get a lead, you're gonna be seeing some impressive batting, to say the least, if that is going to happen. So the Scorpions are up against it. They have done well to get some bowling points, which has really saved them so far from being at the bottom of the table. They are sixth in the 18 table. And they got bowling points against the Volcanoes, 4.4 points. And they have picked up some more bowling points here with 6 wickets going to the Pacers. And 3 to the spinners and 1 via runout. Keswick Williams is here as Romario Greaves, the off spinner, will be getting ready to start the second session to Carlos Brown, one of Keswick's closest allies in Chadwick Walton, is at the non-striker's end.
That is you. That is you. Yeah, Kelly. Oh, jeez, boy.
And the early single, yes, Kirsten Kalicharan is under the helmet at short leg. And the first delivery has brought a wicket, well, a run, I beg your pardon. The second delivery yesterday brought a wicket for the CCC after lunch. Let's see if they can mirror that. But Walton has been strong in his approach so far.
Well, one of the first thing that both batters will have to do is try get through that first hour of play after lunch, then start thinking about winning this session after lunch before that tea interval again. So it's all about them being aware of the situation. But not just blocking though. You need to score runs as well and do it safely.
Yeah. I think ideally the Scorpions will be looking to get up to 200 runs this evening.
Putting them in a more commanding position would be to bat through the day.
Yeah, I agree with that. As Carlos Brown looks as if he's in it for the long haul. He's no stranger to batting a lot of deliveries in his innings. Solid on the front foot there to Greaves. A couple of deliveries were short. 2 runs taken off this over. It's 46 without loss. And a slip, a leg slip. 2 most experienced players in the team. They're at slip and leg slip. That's Carter at leg slip and Brooks at first slip. And the first over after lunch is completed by Romario Greaves, the off spinner, to Carlos Brown and Chadwick Walton. And 2 runs negotiated from that over. It's 46 without loss. And if you're in the CCC camp now, what would your instructions be to the bowling unit?
It's all about being patient. Hit good errors consistently. Probe around the line of stump, making them play as much as possible. Seeing how they went about their last game, you as a CCC bowling unit will feel a bit more confident, but you still have to be mindful that this Jamaica unit is a The unit that is full of experience. They understand how to score runs at this level. Chadwick Walton and Kuma Bonner. Jeremy Blackwood.
Blades is back. And he has shown some promise to me. He started from over the wicket. He's now round the wicket. Blades had some lively pace before lunch. Couple of short deliveries. One smashed Carlos Brown on the hand. Didn't show much effects of that, Brown, as he continued his innings. And you think the Scorpions want these two to bat for a long time.
Sloppy work there. At point. Shakir Paris, the fielder. One will be added to the total.
Over the wicket to you, Carlos.
Quickly said he's sorry, Paris.
Center.
So an easy fielding opportunity that was.
Two legs.
Cannot be letting off batters this easy at this level. You want to create pressure.
Quick single, there's a chance for a run out. Dash through for a single. They're in the land of the Sprint Factory. Greaves was on his heels. And both Brown and Walton took advantage of that. And Walton is very fit as well. Looks after his fitness. Plays, he's now 37, but he's playing as if he's in his 20s, Chadwick Walton, and he's made the rounds around the world on the treks. This is what his main objective here is, to help to set up the middle order for the Scorpions. His experience, he'll be having questions about his involvement, given that he's on the back end of his career, to be in perspective. But the Scorpions are searching for someone who can mold this young top order and middle order. I think he's probably the right fit. Gets on top of that, and that's a beautiful shot. Blade says sorry immediately because he knew it was too short and too wide. But Walton wasn't saying sorry. He was punishing it. Got on top of the bounce, Calypso style, and got it back with a point for the first boundary after lunch.
Probably one of his favorite shots. On the back foot. Whether it's punching or cutting. Likes to free his arms. Anything behind point, in front of point. That uppercut over gully, which you saw a little earlier. Those are the shots that he likes to play.
Yeah, the 50's up for the Scorpions as well, as Walton is forward. Strokes that one to complete the fifth over for Jediah Blades. And the Scorpions, after 15, they're 52 without loss. A strong start in that response.
Chadwick Walton really doing the bulk of the scoring, but the most important thing is Carlos Brown is still there with him.
I think a critical part of it as well is these two batting in excess of 20 overs. And I will explain further why I'm saying that. Because the likes of Jermaine Blackwood, Kurt McKenzie, and Nkrumah Bonner to a lesser extent, and Romaine Morris, they are really free-flowing scorers. So the softer the ball is, it will be much easier for them to score.
Yeah. Stay on, give me it.
Quick shout, and that could have been tight. I don't think Walton was expecting that single. And the wicketkeeper screamed for the ball to come to his end. Walton had to dig deep to get every ounce out of his body, every blade.
A good running in the end.
Work, Grace, huh?
Both
Humping.
players understand each other pretty well. Chadwick Walton sort of take Carlos Brown under his arms, sort of teach him the ropes, how to score at this level, and getting the understanding of the game a bit easier.
Long on and deep backward square are in place for Walton. That's for the sweep shot. And that lofted drive. They're the only 2 men out. Deep. Attacking field from Jonathan Carter with that mid-off in the circle. An imaginative 30-yard circle. There's a slip, short leg, and the leg slip in Carter himself. And Walton punches that firmly down the ground.
Keep going.
Regular white ball plays Walton, so he knows the importance of playing the situation. It's now 54 without loss. Good change in the field here as Brown has given the indication that he loves to drive the ball on the up. Took a streaky single just now, and so Shamar Brooks has moved from slip to short cover. And leg slip is vacated where Brown tickles this one fine. He wants to. He's coming back. His head was down immediately.
I was looking at the field just before that ball. And I was thinking that probably should implement a leg slip. Our spinner, the guy at short cover, I think could probably come out and come at leg slip. Because it's turning a bit.
Yeah. That was too reactive from Jonathan Carter just now. Because there's enough evidence that the ball is a slight turn up.
Well, the good thing about it is that he was there for over 200 deliveries, so he should understand what the pitch is doing. But that's the end of the over. End of a Romario Graves over. The score is 48 without loss.
So Blades is going to continue. And I was saying the field placement was a little bit reactive because of the check drives from Brown, but I don't think you need that man at point with the ball slightly coming into the right hander. Cut away again by Walton. Keswick says this is his favorite shot and he's showing you why. Once you're short and wide, you're going to be punished. And Blades just not getting his radar right here to the right hander from round the wicket.
Really good shot. Anything with a little bit of room, the fielder at backward point will be doing some chasing. Jonathan Carter as well should know a lot of Chadwick Walton. They played for the university cricket team together. Played for Vice Chancellor together, so they have played a lot of cricket together, so should understand Chadwick a bit more. He now moves on to 44.
60 without loss. I'd have to do some real checks to see when last the Jamaica Scorpions had a 50-run partnership as an opening partnership. That has been eons ago. I've searched and searched for an opening pair. It has taken them 3 innings this season to get up to this level.
No ball.
A loud scream of no ball from the umpire, Chris Taylor. You could hear it if you were at JDF. And that's almost 5 kilometers from here. It was that loud. Blades really struggling in this session or this spell. And he's coached by a former left-arm seamer for the West Indies as well. The man who dismissed Sachin Tendulkar the most as a left-armer, by the way. That's Pedro Collins. That ball to shape away. Took him some time to develop the ball that came back into the right-hander.
Always something special
Yeah.
when you have that left armor that can bring back that ball to the right-handers.
Such a dangerous ball once you get it right. And there's no better exponent in the modern game than Pakistan's T20 captain, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Saw him here at Sabina Park in 2021, and he was a handful to the West Indian batters. And Kyron Powell struggled throughout that series. And he was just blowing away the front pads of the West Indies batters with that delivery that shapes back into the right-handers and shape away from the left-handers. It's an awesome talent is Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Well, the good thing about Blades is that, as you mentioned, he's coached by Pedro Collins, who had a really good career as a left-arm seamer. Also played for Surrey, County Championship.
And another Barbadian has been signed by Surrey recently. Well, re-signed.
I think Kemar Roach is there to stay.
That's exactly who I'm talking about. It's 61 without loss at the end of over number 17. The Scorpions in response to 307. 135 from Jonathan Carter. He was undefeated, by the way. But the difference with the Scorpions and the CCC is that the Scorpions are scoring at almost 4 runs and over. Positive. And it will get quicker if there's a solid foundation set for the rest of the batters. And Brown goes inside out. It's high in the air. But Hackett will only go to retrieve the ball from over the boundary. And another boundary for the Scorpions. Was in the air for some time from Brown, but that was calculated.
Just getting a bit too close to Brown. Just releasing the shackles a bit. Going down the ground with some confidence is Carlos Brown.
Goes back and cuts it to point. It's lucky there, Chris, because I thought that was a bad delivery as well.
Too much width.
Brown opens his blade, opens his shoulders, and carts it into the George Headley stand. That almost came out of nowhere, to be honest, because he hasn't shown that intent.
Well, I didn't mention I heard he packs a punch. But it's just that it takes a while to get going. So now we have seen 2 aggressive shots from Carlos Brown. 1 over mid-off, 4, and then over the mid-wicket boundary.
Work, G, work, G, work, G. What is he going to do now? Play forward? Work, G, work,
So
work.
both men in front of Brown is on the boundary. That's long off and long on. He goes hard.
Boy.
Was going through the offside. And another single.
Keep working, Graves. Keep working, Graves.
You can hear Jonathan Carter at slip
Work,
saying,
work,
what is
Jay.
he going to do now, seeing that the men are back? Does he
Back
possess
on
the
it, back on it,
capabilities
Jay,
of
back on
punching
it,
the
back
ball
on
down
it,
the
Jay.
ground and satisfying with
You
one?
work, my boy. You work, my boy.
And that was almost an aggressive shot there from Brown.
You working, G. Keep
And
working, G.
that is what sets you apart at this level.
Work, crazy boy.
As you went back to the
Work,
same
Graves,
situation
work,
with Sonny
Graves.
Lambris, which is a good one to take from. How you play the situation on the field, especially with spinners, because they tend to operate for long overs.
Bowling, G. Bowling, G.
And that completes the 18th over. And at the end of it,
Don't mind that.
the Scorpions, they are 72 without loss in response to 307. As we see the brothers, Jerain Williams and Orain Williams, who Orain Williams played for the Scorpions for several years. And Jerain Williams, he's a coach of Wilmer's boys, coach of Jordan Johnson at the schoolboy level. And Wilmer's won every trophy last year except the Spalding Cup, which is played between the urban area champions and the rural area champions. The urban area features teams from Kingston and St. Andrew and parts of St. Catherine. The rural area is every other parish. Blades is in operation as Kimberly Forbes joins us. Oh, Orain Williams and Jerain Williams. Jerain, as I said, Coach Woolmer's boys, they won the T20 title. They won the urban area the All-Island T20 title, the urban area T20 title, and they won the urban area Great Shield, which is played over 3 days as a final. 2 days for the semi-final, 1 day normally, then 3 days for the final. Brown, you can see, is a little bit more positive in his approach. Even his defensive stroke has more intent. And he's probably just getting that feeling from Chadwick Walton, just rubbing onto his shoulders now.
Yeah, I guess they're in the energy web here, Jerome, because in the first innings, he played 8, and in the second one, he got a duck.
Searching for that full delivery. Blades, but ill-directed. No, dot. And for the Scorpions, I think this is the best way they can put behind them the bowling efforts. I feel as if they're a little bit disappointed with their bowling efforts, seeing that they conceded over 300, especially with the CCC being 88 for 4 at one stage. But they did extremely well to get up to 307. You have to give them credit, especially Jonathan Carter.
Totally agree. And it's a good start from the Scorpions. Seems as if they went home and they did their homework from the first game with the Windward Islands. Chadwick Walton, he's really playing an innings there, 44 from 60, being very disciplined and patient now. As we said, that the energy is rubbing off on Carlos Brown. They're in the energy web. But really, Coach Williams, you mentioned earlier, I was wondering if he could be a part of the coaching staff for the Scorpions with so many wins.
Could be. He has a lot of time on his hands now. Just an update from around the region as well. We'll get you the scores after the next delivery from Jediah Blades, who is into his 7th over. I think this is his final ball and this is 7th over. Brown can't be satisfied with 25. Love to get 4 more 25s. Or 3 more 25s. Left that one alone. That was mightily close. We would say that's a good lead at the end of over number 19. It's 72 without loss. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 226 for 3. So they have surpassed the Barbados first inning score of 214 and are looking to get those batting points once you get upwards of 250. Kimani Melios, he went for 53. Jeremy Solazano, 86. Yohan Jeremiah, 32. The wickets going to Russian Primus, Akeem Jordan, and Jamel Warrican. While over at Warner Park, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, there in total control against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. As Romario Greaves continues to Chadwick Walton and he's defensively forward. So after 352 being made by the Hurricanes, they resumed on 299 for 6.
Going, boys, keep going, keep going.
The Harpy Eagles, they're in all sorts of trouble.
Well, the Eagles certainly not soaring high at all.
Yeah, they're 92 for 6. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed and Vera Sami Pramal are the men at the crease. Kevin Sinclair made a top score of 29 so far. Wharton opens up. There's long on. Catch it over the ropes. They're really taking a liking to Romario Greaves here. Another 6 off his bowling. And Walton slams it into the George Headley stand.
He gets under it quite well. And that's the treatment that it deserves over the ropes of 6. It shows that Chadwick Walton 50 comes up, 50 from 63.
6 fours and 2 huge 6s for Walton. Welcome return for the Scorpions, a good sight.
Yes,
Goes forward the very next delivery. And if you know Chadwick Walton, he's thinking upwards of 100 here for his team.
Guess he's continuing where he left off. Last game he got a half century, right?
Oh, yes, G.
But you mentioned the Windward Islands. There are 200 and...
No, they made 352 after resuming on 299. And the Harpy Eagles, they're 92 for 6. The Volcanoes, they are 226 for 3. Walton punches that one down the ground and takes him up to 51. That's his 23rd first class 50. And the Scorpions making a very strong start in response to that 307 by the combined campuses.
Yeah, so back to the Windward Islands, I must say that the batting for them shows that they have really done some work. The improvement is showing. And I know the Barbados Pride, they had a wonderful time at Chedwin Park against the CCC. But the Volcanoes, they're giving them something to really work for.
Yeah. And over in Connery, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 292 for 8 in their first innings response to 163 by the West Indies Academy. They have sold up some batting points there. 113 for Jide Gooley, who was part of that under 19 winning team in 2016. 113 for the left-hander. Good signs. 248 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes. He's a towering figure as well. He's about 6'4".
Well, it's a good sign for the Scorpions here. They really start off well in the afternoon session. And this is the start that the captain and the coach will be happy with. The first game they were at 45 for 5 when they played the Volcanoes. A big improvement here, 79 without a loss. Chadwick Walton picked up a half century already from 68 delivers. And Carlos Brown, he's really playing his role. And what I noticed, Foster, is that they're having communications now more often.
That's full and driven, but got that big right palm in the way, Blades, and there's no chance of a run. And that's always integral in batting. First of all, batting is all about partnerships. And once you can forge partnerships, it's always easier for you to do well. Not saying you have to be the best of mates, but you still have to encourage, believe, and trust in your batting partner. And once there's trust, it's easier for you to run between the wickets and it's easier for you to communicate with each other.
Earlier I heard you mention the run rate of the Scorpions. And I must say they are really keeping up to the run rate that they are at. Earlier when the CCC were batting, it didn't pass 2.5. At one point it went to 3.11. Chadwick, and I must say they are trying to take their 1s and 2s. They're doing much better than in the first game. I must commend them for that.
Full and driven hard to cover. Guess who's in the way? Shamar Brooks. Customary dressing with his colors popped. Long sleeves, Brooks. Also has his sunglasses on. Really hoping to get a wicket through those glasses as well.
I was just about to mention what is the plan for CCC to break a partnership like this?
Walton is long forward and it's such an easy wicket to bat on now
that you can almost close your eyes and play through the line. The Scorpions at the end of over number 20, 79 without loss. Brown has 25 with 2 4s and a 6. Walton has 51 with 6 4s and 2 6s. And you're just hoping, as a CCC bowler, you'd be thinking, building pressure first. You have to find a way to create pressure. There has been a sign of aggression from these two, so maybe here you can try to stifle that attacking intent just a little. Brown is back on strike, carted Grease for a 6 in the last over. So if you're able to starve them of what they love, they could go searching. And it's obvious that Brown is not scared to play those big shots, and so too is Walton. So bowling as straight as possible, and with that man at short leg, still an attacking option, and the slip, you're able to create some dots, reduce the rotation of the strike. Then there's going to be tension with the batting unit. That's 2 straight though from Greaves. This could be at least 2. Brown is interested, and he marches back for 2. Score goes up now to 70. Well, that should be 81 without loss. So once he's able to tickle a couple of deliveries down the leg side for a 2 or a 1, Brown will not feel as if he's in need of runs, because he's banking on misdirection or misdirected deliveries for him to score. And that's easily deflected again. He's on his bike again, Brown, and he will get 2. He's positive in his running, fit.
I wonder which bike he's on.
Yeah.
Yang Yang RRR.
He's motoring.
And that's good. Picking up his 1s and 2s and wait until he gets those bad deliveries to be punished. I must say they really have a good comeback. They did their homework and realized where they went wrong in the first game.
Into your word. Into
But
your
the
word,
last
Jake.
time these two teams played in 2023,
Yes, got me.
Romaro Greaves, who is bowling now, he picked up 4 wickets for 51 runs in the Super Oval, in 10 overs, that is.
Keep going, Graves.
So they're really depending on him
Work,
today to
work,
see if
Jake.
he can pull something off, even to break this partnership, which consists of 84 runs.
One and move.
That Super 50 tournament was a real struggle for the Scorpions.
One and move.
Didn't win a match. And the match that they failed to win or didn't lose was because there was rain. They were bound to lose that game to the champions, Red Force. So that probably saved the blushes of a horrible season as this over comes to an end. It's over number 22 at 85 without loss. Chadwick Walton is 51. And Carlos Brown, he's on 31. Yeah, so 85 without loss. Just over what?
3.84
Four runs must go to number
over.
the taking off of number 1. 4 runs.
So there's just having 3.86 and over. So they're just having a drink here at Hot Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica.
34 minutes in this session so far. And the Scorpions have added 41 runs.
Youngster having some lunch here. Maybe he's having some fried chicken. With another, they're trailing by another 222 runs. I must say, Walton, he's on a good start. You can hear the encouragement coming from the Scorpion dugout, saying Batan, the word that Chadwick hates so much, or the phrase.
Blades continues. Has gotten better in his spell. It was a very ordinary start after lunch. Spraying the ball all over. Too wide, too short, too full. Especially too wide to Walton, and he made him pay on every account with those wide deliveries.
What are those accounts? Checking and savings accounts? Account.
Loud scream of no ball from the umpire, Chris Taylor. It's 86 without loss. And as a young team, I keep mentioning that for you to get wickets, it's all about the pressure. So Blades is around the wicket. He's obviously trying to have that LBW in play. But he has 2 slips and a gully, so he's bowling on mid and off stump and having a couple come back with the angle. You just need to bowl 4 or 5 deliveries in the same area. That area outside the off stump to Walton. Limit his scoring opportunity and reduce his power. His power is square off the wicket and down the ground. That is not full enough for him to go down the ground. He could try to go down the ground, but you'll be bringing your slips in play, and that man at mid-off is Carter.
Yeah, we saw where Gordon Bryan targeted those areas that you're talking about, Jerome. And managed to pick up 3 wickets. He bowled pretty well, especially in the morning session this morning. And you're talking about playing down the ground. We saw where that Hackett, when he was batting yesterday, he bat straight down the ground where he picked up about 3 or 4 boundaries, not going across the line, and you're saying that try to give him that straight one to see if he can go down the ground.
Yeah, I think the deliveries to Hackett were a little bit too full, so it was easy for him to hit you straight. He made it very easy by bowling extremely full. Back of a driving length from Blades, it will require more of Walton to hit him over his head or even hit him back past him. Short, too short again. And another boundary conceded down to that wideish third man position. And Chadwick Walton is flourishing in that area. Another bad delivery from Jediah Blades. Score goes up now to 90 without loss and 56 to Walton.
Well, it seems as if Chadwick enjoy batting against the CCC because we mentioned the Super 50 earlier where the Scorpions lost that game and it was only Chadwick. He was the only top scorer with 50 from 35 deliveries. I guess he's continuing on that trend now. He's on 56 from 78 deliveries.
I think he's eyeing a big one here, Walton. Too full and driven away. It came off the outer half of the bat, but it was intentional because the point was sent back to the boundary. But Walton just opened the blade at the last minute and used those wrists to get the ball very square.
In the same spot, if you look at the replay again, he was at leg stump and he stepped over to mid and half stump. Watch here. Get full control of the shot and puts it to the boundary.
Good shot, but that was too full from Blades. And because the deep point is now on the boundary, Walton was almost in a relaxed mode to get that bat on that ball because he knew he was in no trouble.
No ball.
Another no ball, but Shamar Brooks didn't even look at it because he couldn't stop that drive. It was an overpitch delivery. And a sweetly timed drive from Chadwick Walton, textbook, elbows high. And the bat coming down to meet the ball. And it races into the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries. It was also a no ball.
Yeah, 3 consecutive fours. So he's in a no-nonsense mood, nonsense mood today. The run rate goes up to 4.12. So he's definitely up to something. I guess he's saying it's not only Jonathan Carter can get a century, I can get it too, and he's working towards that. He's on 64 from 80.
Yeah, 99 without loss, the Scorpions. 3 boundaries back to back. And he works at one backward of square. He won't get 4 now unless there's a misfield. And Gavasta Edmond did well as the 100 comes up for the Scorpions. 101 without loss. And Chadwick Walton, he's inching closer to that magical 3 figures. He's on 66. And Carlos Brown, he's on 30. The 100-run partnership coming up of 143 deliveries. That's just under 24 overs. That's 23 overs. And a very promising start here. And they're almost eating away into that advantage of the combined campuses and colleges.
Well, they will have to have a discussion there to see how they can manage to break this partnership because the 2 batters, they're well set at the crease, even though Carlos Brown is not getting the boundaries, but the most important thing that he's doing is keeping the scoreboard ticking and rotating the strike. And Chadwick Walton, he's loving every bit of it, showing his class at the crease and his experience. Really coming back from that first game where he didn't get a chance to really showcase his talent, which we know he has a lot of talent.
Keep working, Jay.
So Brown is ready, and so to his Greaves. Still a long off and long on in place and a deep backward square for Carlos Brown. That's too short. But importantly, the man from short cover is now at leg slip. That man was Shamar Brooks, or is Shamar Brooks. Another run added because that one was worked forward of square.
Work, G.
But let me say this, Jerome. A lot of times you see a team get a good start, and the minute that they lose a wicket, things start to tumble down. So these batters want to get as much runs even before the partnership is broken or whatever it is that they would want to at least get at pretty close to 200 before anything happens. Because we know that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
Come boys, come boys, come
Yep.
boys.
Normally say one, bring
Come
two.
boys, come boys, come boys.
And that's wickets. Because it's a matter of concentration and momentum. It's not a word I love to use in sports. Momentum.
Keep working, keep
But
working.
Walton gets another single to move to 67. It's 103 without loss.
Why though?
Yeah, I don't believe in momentum. I just believe in execution.
Okay.
And somebody saying you take a 6 from your innings into the next. When your bowling brings momentum, I beg to differ. Smashes into the pads of Carlos Brown.
Going, master. Keep going, G. Keep going, G.
Words of encouragement. The CCC are desperate for a wicket here.
I know if you were the captain, you would be desperate too.
Yeah, run him out, stay on.
Quick shout of no between the pair of Walton and Brown. And that completes another over at 103 without loss for the Scorpions. And Govester Edmond, none for 17 from 5. Probably the best of the lot in terms of his economy rate. He's now coming back on the field for Sadiki Henry, who is a Jamaican Sadiki Henry. Edmond is also a Jamaican.
Somebody go sleep.
So he's getting the Jamaican treatment.
I would think so.
Change up bowler, gentlemen. Right arm over.
It's going to be a change of bowler.
Somebody go sleep.
Leg spinner, Zishan Mutara. This is going to be coming on here to bowl. Did well yesterday, by the way, young Mutara. Steadied the lower order with Jonathan Carter in the latter stages of the last session. Help the CCC to a decent position overnight. So we'll see. And Matara is, I think he's from Barbados, if I'm not mistaken. Seen videos of him circulating on social media.
Well, will he be the one to break the partnership here?
Let's see. Good start. And a leg spinner, but he's operating with a defensive field. And when I say defensive, there are 5 men on the boundary. This is almost like a one-day international field. Only a slip, point, cover, and a mid-wicket in the batter's periphery. So the other fielders are spread.
Yeah, and look at Matara. I remember yesterday when the Scorpions, they were hunting, desperately hunting for a wicket. And Blackwood introduced.
This is Hoyt. There's a chance for Hackett. He won't get there though. That was a chance presented. And I don't think Matara would mind. At a point you thought Walton mishit that one. It was a googly though, he read it. Good batting Chadwick Walton, and he went with the spin. And it seared into the stands. And takes him up to 73 from 87. And he's looking ominous now, Chadwick Walton.
Yeah, back to what I was saying, when Blackwood introduced Mansingh produced that breakthrough for them. So maybe Matara can do the same thing. But Chadwick Walton, he's very watchful here. 73 from 87. He's definitely up to something. And I know what he's up to get to a century or more.
He's forward this time. He respects that delivery. Important to see, what happens from here
Flighty delivery again, and he punches that one down the ground. He screams, yes, Chadwick Walton. And that completes over number 25 at 110 without loss. And Walton is up to 74. And you feel as if the CCC, this first hour, or heading towards this first hour, will be hoping, saying to themselves that maybe we need to buy a wicket here because it's so placid out there. It's a traditional Sabina Park wicket now where after day one, when there's some seam movement and bounce, day two is so flat. It's easy for run scoring, or easier for run scoring. And Walton is really cashing in. And Carlos Brown is at the non-strikers end. He hasn't seen the strike for some time now, but I don't think he would mind. And Mario Greaves will continue. Walton is assertive. And you think 307 as a coaching staff for the Scorpions, you'll be backing your players, the experienced players as well, that you have in your squad.
If you notice those two deliveries there, Jerome, he's pushing back Chadwick on the back foot.
He's not giving much ear to the deliveries. He's scared of being hit down the ground, Greaves.
Oh, jeez.
Quicker through the air, and it's hurrying onto Walton. Sorted out his footwork pretty quickly.
He's reading the bowlers pretty well today.
Yes, yes,
He's now bowling almost at the pace of his white ball type of operation, Greaves. He's not giving that chance to the batters to hit him down the ground. Still threatening the outside edge.
Oh,
So there's no good pressure this from Greaves. And it could be understood as well, given that the Scorpions are scoring at over 4 runs and over. You need to find a way to peg back that scoring.
Close it out, Uncle. Close it out.
Would you say he's more comfortable bowling now?
Oh, jeez, boy.
But he completes a maiden. I wouldn't say that, but in my estimation, he will be probably a little bit happier bowling this way. He doesn't want to see his deliveries carted out the park as another over comes to an end at 110 without loss. And as a spinner, not me, but as a spinner, you always want to entice the batters to come forward or come on the front foot and drive. Or you don't mind them trying to hit you over your head.
Yeah, that's you.
I wonder if they're having the same discussion that we're having.
Quite engaging. Good to see people here at Sabina Park. And Brown is driving nicely to the left off, long off. Good feeling there from Sadiqi Henry, who is on the field as a substitute. And 2 more runs to Carlos Brown. That was his first delivery from Zishan Mutara. And here comes umpire Williams telling Walton and Brown to get off the pitch with their running. Clips that one in front of square.
Daddy, this is the last one in about this, eh? Both of you is a team. Right? Yes, 4 or 5 steps in the protected area. We need to get off here.
So Chris Williams saying that this is the last warning to the batting pair, that they're running straight down the wicket. Chris Taylor. And they're running straight onto the wicket. And he said it explicitly that this is the last warning for both batters. So the next offense, we'll see penalty runs. Tara. No. It looks as if he loves to fly at the ball. Not bad. I'd like to see more in his more energy into the crease. Well, let's see how the over develops and how his spell develops. I want to see him. That's too short and banged away by Carlos Brown. But Edmond does well. Down at backward square.
Yeah, a little more energy would give him that groove or that rhythm to go on.
Left alone outside the off stump by Brown. That has become a rare sight in this hour of play so far since lunch from the Scorpions. And I'm getting a message here from a very good friend about the momentum and the execution point. He says he doesn't think it brings momentum. Well, what it can do, though, in terms of the situation that I explained, that if a person takes a wicket and
Right.
the innings is over, then that means the batting team has the momentum starting their innings. He's saying that what that can do is impact the mood of the players and the confidence level even further. So essentially that gives them a boost that can positively impact the execution. That sounds like a cape response. But anyways. But I understand, and I agree. I'm just not a big lover of the word momentum. But I understand that you have a high, you can use it as a template for the execution for the rest of your innings. I understand that, and I can give you that.
Give him his props.
Yeah, it sounded like a PhD student there.
Yeah.
And Greaves is continuing. Walton has slowed down in quotation. He has gone berserk after lunch, 75 from 100. And he's forcing that one strongly through mid-wicket. He's going to go very close to the boundary. Long on has to come around. They want 3. Only Brown is interested in that. Yeah, Walton is eyeing a big move here. 77 from 100 balls. And he would be the first centurion of the season for the Scorpions, should he get there.
And if he gets there, he really deserves it. Come back today in this game with a positive mindset.
Remember, conversation with the captain leading up to this game as well, Jermaine Blackwood. He's insisting that there's no team in the region that can score as quickly as the Scorpions based on the makeup of this team. And there's no team in the region possess the attacking flair that this team has.
So let me ask you, do you agree with him?
To some extent, yes, because when I look around, most of these players are really international players. And one should be a single down to long on. It is, and that completes the 28th over at 117 without loss. And Walton is up to 78 and Brown 34. And why I'm agreeing with him to an extent is that majority of the players, outside of probably Nkrumah Bonner, and to some extent Carlos Brown, they are all attacking players. And they tend to score pretty quickly. You saw that with Kirk McKenzie in the test series against Australia, that whenever he's scoring at a quick rate. He was probably the only batter in that series who looked comfortable against the pace because he's someone who loves to play through the line of the ball. Same thing with Walton. Because of the nature of the surface here today, it's far easier for him to score than what we saw last week with the moisture in the wicket. And there were no drives on offer.
I wonder if your Cape student will agree with you.
And if you go down the order as well, Blackwood, we know his attacking prowess. And Romaine Morris has shown that
And
inclination.
Pete too. Pete.
Exactly.
We saw that from Pete and Gordon Bryan too.
Beautifully bowled there from Matara. Spun away from Walton. He was on the back foot. You see that he read that one off the surface, Chadwick Walton, and he played it very late. You just watch the ball spin past the bat. But that was a good delivery from Matara. It should be encouraged. That's a googly. I could spot that one from here.
This morning, Renata talked about Keswick borrowing my glasses, so it seems as if Chadwick has borrowed the glasses of Renardo because he's very watchful, batting carefully. He's seeing it really nice. Renardo told me that he has a 20/20 vision.
He's seeing the ball big today. Can tell you that. Walton. It's forward again, and good over so far from Matara. It's kept things quiet. 5 dots.
And you can see that Chadwick is very respectful to Mataro. He's not going to try and be so aggressive to attack him, to go for the big shots. He's respecting those good deliveries.
Maiden from the wrist spinner. And Drinks is called onto the field by umpire Chris Taylor at 117 without loss. After 29 over 78 to Chadwick Walton, 34 for Carlos Brown. And the CCC, they're desperate for the wicket. And trying to see the trail. Yeah, they trail by 190 runs. So in a couple of minutes' time, you'll rejoin us here at Sabina Park. All right, so welcome back to Sabina Park, and this is day 2 of this second round West Indies Championship match between the Scorpions and the CCC. And the Scorpions enjoying life in the sun here in Kingston, Jamaica. 117 without loss. They trail by 190 runs. But, importantly for them, they have not lost a wicket.
We go again, G. We go again, G. We go
It's
again,
going to
G.
be Romario Greaves to bowl to Carlos Brown, who has 34 and eyeing his maiden
Come, G. Come, G.
first-class half-century. Well, Chadwick Walton, he's flourishing at that non-striker's end. He's on 78.
Keep going, G. Keep going, Graves.
Chadwick
Keep going,
Walton,
Graves.
37 years old. Well, 38 now. Brown is looking to hit that through the outside, missed it. Shouts of catch him, or how is that? Walton eyeing a 6th first-class century. Man from St. Elizabeth. Great parish.
That's where you're from.
Yeah. Not as good as Chadwick though, but
You working, you working.
Maybe if you had continued with your career, who knows?
I know.
Keep going, G. Keep going, G.
Both of you guys are wicket keepers.
To some, but not to everybody. Some would say I am, some would say I'm not.
What do you think of yourself? Are you?
I am a journalist now, as that one is punched down on the ground by Carlos Brown.
Keep going, G. Keep going, keep going. Work, Graves. Work, Graves. Work, G. Work, G.
Encouragement coming from the keeper to Greaves. Keep working.
Keep going, G.
You
Keep going.
must produce a wicket. Keep working.
Get it, get it. Keep working, G. Keep working, keep working,
And
G.
I like the fact that the CCC
Work, G. Work.
still encouraging Greaves with the field. Only 3 men out. Still men around the bat hoping for something. Walton is really
Working,
playing
keep
with a
working,
straight
keep
bat.
working, Graves.
And a lot of pressure is on his shoulders, Kurt McKenzie's
Work,
shoulders,
G,
and
work, G.
Nkrumah Bonner's shoulders. Because the coach was a little bit upset with their display in the first game. I wouldn't say a little bit, he was
Work, work.
very upset.
Return.
Because leading into this game, he basically said the top 4 did not do their job. As that over comes to an end at 119 without loss.
And I don't think it's the coach alone that was upset. The spectators, they were upset as well. They expected more from those top 4 batters.
Yeah. I think it's a mode of dismissal. Bonner did well in the second innings, but I think that first 2 hours, or those first 2 hours on the opening day, really set the Scorpions back, and they had to play catch-up after that, and they didn't do a good job of it. So he knows, it's almost as if Brown, Walton, Bonner, and McKenzie have accepted that their performance overall in that game was below standard.
You're taking responsibility for what had happened in the first game. And it's good to know that they're taking responsibility because they know that more was expected from them. But I guess they're making up here today.
Matara settling nicely into his spell here. Has now bowled 8 consecutive dot deliveries to Walton. That's down the leg side, misses everything. The keeper, the bat, and even the helmet behind the stumps. And by signal by the umpire, Christopher Taylor. 3 runs for the Scorpions, and I'm sure they will take it. They don't mind.
Well, the way that Chadwick Walton is settled at the crease now. It has to take something special to get him out, or he will have to be the one to throw away his wicket.
Tar flicks the ball from hand to hand. Walton opens his shoulders and slams it into the north stand. That was brutal from Chadwick Walton, almost as if he got tired of sticking around to Motara and just forced him to get a little bit fuller to him.
And the spectators downstairs, they really enjoyed that shot. It was a good shot. He gets in the 80s now. He's on 85 from 118 deliveries. They trail by another 178 runs. It's a good partnership, great partnership from the Scorpions.
It's looking really dangerous here. Because Walton, if he gets to triple figures, it's going to be carnage if he spends a sustained period of time at the wicket. Because he tends to score quickly, and he's scoring very quickly now by first-class standards in terms of the strike rate. 85 of 189 represents what? 72 runs per 100 balls. So he's striking at 72 runs per 100 balls. And he's easy with a single to take him up to 86. And it's a very nice time to bat here. There's not much turn, nothing happening off the wicket for the Pacers. So there should be no excuse if I am a coach for more than just Walton to get such a strong showing with the bat in hand.
As you mentioned earlier, that you can actually close your eyes and bat here.
It's 86 without loss. It's 86 for Walton. It's 130 without loss to 31 overs. Looking for wickets. They're trying to find their best option, CCC. It looks like Andrew Richardson speaking with a couple of the people here. That looks like Natasha McLean, by the way. No, my mistake. But it's going to be Greaves. There is no mistake there. Walton with the 59 in his back. He has surpassed that a long time ago. He's added 27 to that score in his back.
Looking to add another 27 runs more to get up to his century.
Slams that down to long on.
Keep going. Remember how you get your success. Remember how you get your success. Keep working, G.
Thank you. I think the Scorpions are trying to set up this game this evening. They can really press on that accelerator tomorrow. Put some pressure on the CCC batting. Brown says no. Looking so easy out there for the pair.
Well, both teams, they have lost their first game. And I heard Blackwood said they definitely have to win this game.
Down the leg side. I think there's a bigger problem for the Scorpions is that they have lost 13 games across this format and the white ball format over the last 2 years. So they know it's almost like a additional pressure on you, like a monkey on your back that you're not able to cross that line, cross that hurdle. And at home, they desperately want to win.
Keep working, keep working.
And really having that monkey on their back is really a burden because the spectators, they're lashing them left, right, and center.
Some will say sports is cyclical, and that you can't win all the time. Driven sweetly and pleasantly through the offside by Carlos Brown. Long off is in place. And luckily for Greaves he is, because had he been at mid-off, that would have been 4. And he gets a single. It's 132 now without loss after 32. Walton 13 away. He's on 87, the numbers that Australians don't like. I see it as an unlucky number. Brown is some way away from that. He's 36.
Yeah, just 14 away from his half century.
You see Nikita Miller under that scoreboard. That doesn't work anymore here at Sabina Park. It's not the only thing that doesn't work here at Sabina Park anymore.
What else?
You can look around. Would have gotten a massive facelift had there been matches here for the World Cup. We all know what happened then. That one is worked. Backward of square by Brown.
Matara in his 5th over 18, well, made that 19 runs from it.
Still unbelievable that there will be no World Cup games here in Jamaica. It's just unheard of. That's a badly lined delivery, and Walton is not going to miss out on it. He goes into the 90s now, Chadwick Walton. He gets off that 87 in no time. 91. And based on how he's looking, it's dangerous here for the CCC. He's scoring at will, and he's picking his moments precisely.
Just 9 runs, 9 more runs for that triple figure for Chadwick Walton. Had a little chat there with Brown. And Brown is just having a relaxing moment at the non-striker end, while Chadwick is large and in charge here at Sabina Park. 91 from 122 delivers.
Maro. Good.
So, ball took some time to get here. But it's back with Zishan Matara, the leg spinner. The right-handed Walton waits on him. He's forcing that one backward of point. He chops it away. And it runs away into the boundary for back-to-back 4s. And he has moved from in the 80s to 5 runs away from a century in 2 deliveries. 95 to Walton.
Paris gave up the chase pretty early because he rocked back and punches that one to the boundary. It was a nice shot. I tell you, he's in a no-nonsense mood today. 95 looks good. Well, he flips that 59 around on his shirt back there, Jerome.
Yeah. And let's see what he does here. Punches that one firmly to Blades, who doesn't have to move. He's 96 now, Walton. CCC, they need a wicket. They have to find a wicket from somewhere, or this game is going to escalate pretty quickly.
Yesterday, the CCC, they were at 142 for 6. The Scorpions, they're at 142 without loss.
Quite the contrast.
Maintaining the run rate. Haven't seen it dropped in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Cut away to point to complete the 33rd at 142 without loss. That rate is what? 4.32. The Scorpions, they trail by 165. And Chadwick Walton a hit away from a century.
Keep turning.
While Carlos Brown, he's 37.
Lots of batting to come for the Scorpions. And I tell you, this is a massive partnership here for the Scorpions.
Romario Greaves will be bowling. Chadwick Walton is going to be on strike.
Keep going, G. Keep going, G. Keep going, G. Word, G. Word, G.
Still buzz around the field from the CCC close infielders.
Oh, yeah. Get it. Well done.
Banking on a mistake here from Walton.
I'm wondering if he'll go for it on the second delivery here. Just 4 runs away from the triple figures.
Word, G. Word, G.
He looks so assured. He retakes his guard. As the man from point goes to
Keep going, Grace. Keep going, Grace.
straightish mid-on. Another fielder in his eyesight. Good captaincy. Very good captaincy that
Keep working, bud. Keep working, bud.
eliminates that easy push down to long on for him to get off strike. Four runs. Might feel like 400 at this point.
That's it.
Go straight to that man who is at straightish mid-on. That would have been an easy one had he not been there.
Not letting anxiety take him over. He's very watchful. Continue to be watchful and being patient there. He knows that 4 runs will come anytime.
Keep working, Grace. Keep working, Grace. Word, G. Word, G.
Yesterday we saw where Jonathan Carter, he got a little bit anxious when he was on 99.
Yep. That also happened this morning as well in another jurisdiction. Ravindra Jadeja was on 99. Debutant Safras Khan was out the non-strikers end and he stroked it to mid-on and said yes. And then changed his mind almost after taking 3 steps. And the debutant was stranded on 62 and he was run out. So it plays on your mind when that landmark is around the corner. 143 without loss. Chadwick Walton 97. There's going to be a change in bowling. Sion Hackett from Trinidad and Tobago.
Right arm over, Dad.
Yeah. So, milestones, as much as cricket is a game of, are seen as a team sport. And personal milestones, they count for a lot in this sport.
Yes.
It's almost going to sound like an oxymoron. Or paradoxical for some. It's the most individualistic team sport you will see around. Yeah.
I would put basketball to it and mention the name of LeBron James.
Yeah. It's the sport that you basically turn to your star player in critical moments. Cricket is not as similar, but for a cricketer to be recognized, he has to be as selfish as he's a team player. Hackett is bowling to Walton. Getting ready and threatened to throw it back at the right-hander. And now with the pacer bowling, which is another good move from Carter. A little bit more difficult for Walton to get that boundary. With Matara, he would have fancied himself. Probably lofting a few. the legs tangled there from Walton. A lot of chattering around the back that it's becoming harder for Walton to score. Yeah.
I tried to push Walton to play a shot that he's not supposed to play. The man in first slip says that it is so unbelievable that he can't get Hackett ball away.
It's all about the mental battles, the psychological wins. Short, and that's going to be it, I think. No, they're going to get at least 2. Brown wants 3. Walton wants 3. Walton is coming back, and so too is Brown. And that will be the moment. The first one of the season for the Scorpions. A 6th in his career, Chadwick Walton.
And the applaud is coming from the dressing room.
11 fours and 4 sixes for the 38-year-old. Playing his first season of first-class cricket in 5 years. And he has shown the selectors that they have made the right decision. He wheeled away immediately against his former team. Played so many years for the CCC. And you can see the elation on his face.
Celebrated in the popular style. Really happy with himself. That's a good innings, 100 from 132 deliveries. They still trail by another 161 runs.
You could see the positivity and the teamwork there because Brown wanted it more than Walton, to be honest.
Yeah, he really pushed for that 3 runs.
If you could see the replay again of the 3rd run, where they're trying to come back for that 3rd run, it was really initiated by Carlos Brown, who was going back to the danger end as well. But good positive running. And that's what a partnership does. 147. Brown is way down the road. He's on 37. But he was willing to sacrifice his innings in case. Yeah, good work. It's 147 without loss.
A strike rate of 75.776.
It has been a very attacking display of batting from Walton. The Scorpions are going closer to 150 without loss.
Just 11 fours and 4 sixes. He really deserved that 100. And I know he's going to capitalize on that even to get to the 150 or beyond.
Brilliantly driven. That's sweet. Walton has 100, but I tell you that is a shot of the day. Over pitch from Hackett. And Brown just leaned into it and met it with the middle of the bat. What a shot.
Yeah, it's really sweet. He poses for the camera. And that's the end of the 35th over.
That brings up the Jamaica Scorpions.
Tremendous shot there from Carlos Brown. It was a half volley in the end, but it still had to be dispatched. And it was pleasing on the eye. Elbows high. Knees bent, and the right hand dictating the angles of the delivery, where the ball should go. That's just all timing and placement, no power.
Yeah, and that boundary brings up the 150 partnership. It's 151. So he moves into the 40s now. He's at 41. I guess he'll be following the footsteps of Chadwick Walton.
And after You'll be hearing from Keswick Williams after this over from Mario Greaves, which is his 12th, I think. Has bowled unchanged since taking up the reins from the Michael Holding end. Where this is his 13th over, completed his 12th previously.
Well, as Chadwick get prepared to join us in the comebacks here, I guess he'll be so happy with that century from his good friend Chadwick.
Advancing, that was a chance to Greaves. It was hit hard. It's a tough chance, but if you want something to go your way, CCC, you'll probably want that one to stick.
Well, that one went with some fire. He blazes his hand.
Still,
Burn him a little bit. He keeps flashing it.
was hit hard though. That was hit very, very hard from Walton. And he's still having some issues with it, Romario Greaves. He should get some medical attention. Well, he's suggesting that he's okay. Well, yeah, medics.
He show his teeth there just though it's burning. Heard Chadwick asking him if he's okay. But who would be okay with that hard powered shot?
Work, boss, work.
Driven again pleasantly. Loves the cover drive, Carlos Brown.
That side. Right there, sir. Right there.
Things shaping up well here for the Scorpions.
Yes, G.
It will be on the batters to throw away their wickets. They're really set at the crease.
Keep working, boy.
Nothing need to try out of the ordinary. For them to continue on this spot, I think they can go up to 250 or even more before the day play.
Oh, G, down.
That's an easy single for Brown. And if they bat, if Walton bats another hour and a half, another 29 minutes to go to tea, if he bats another hour and a half, the Scorpions will be very close to that 307.
Totally agree with you.
Especially at the rate that he's scoring.
Keep working, G. Keep working. Return.
That completes the 13th over for Romario Greaves. It's 153 without loss for the Scorpions. I'm going to do some checks now downstairs to see when last this has happened for the Scorpions. The opening pair has added 150. Yeah, but that completes the over. And after a couple of words from Kimberly Forbes, you're going to hear from Keswick Williams.
Yes, I must commend Chadwick Walton as the experienced batter at the crease. He's really leading from the front, and Carlos Brown, he's really getting the energy from Chadwick Walton, who is on 101 from 135 deliveries. Brown, who is on 42 from 87. Even though he's behind, he's not bothered by what's happening because Chadwick, he's having the go. And the spectators of the Scorpions, they are really pleased with the start that they're getting here from the Scorpions. And it is really hot here in Kingston, Jamaica, at Sabina Park. We can feel the sun coming through the glass here in the comebacks. And I must say good afternoon to the ladies at Glow Hair Salon in the cool hills of Mandeville. And I'm joined by Keswick Williams, the notebook man. Good afternoon, Keswick.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Kimberly Forbes. Good to be back in the comebacks, and good to see Chadwick Walton scoring another first-class 100. His partner in Carlos Brown looking pretty good on 42.
Yeah, and I can't help Jerome out when he, I will help him out in this one when he said he's going downstairs to check to see when last the Scorpions got an opening partnership over 100. Well, the last time was in a 4-day competition against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in 2022 between Leroy Lugg and John Campbell. They had put on 105 runs, and that match ended in a draw. So that was what, 2 years ago?
This is some good, positive batting here by both batters. Something that the coach would be very pleased with. Haven't been really getting anything from his top order, but they're putting up their hand in this game. I must say I've been enjoying the approach that he made to batting in this game. Just hope that it continues for the Jamaica Scorpions.
The CCC, they are in a desperate situation to break the partnership here with 154 runs with no wicket lost here, and Chadwick and Brown, they are really set. I said earlier that they will have to be the one to throw away their wickets because they are very watchful and being patient at the crease, and they're showing some discipline here.
The good thing about these batters now is that even though they're playing against a younger unit, they have been playing each ball on its merit. Chadwick batting the leg spinner earlier. You can see he's playing each ball on his merit, not because they're youngsters. They respect what they're doing. They have been bowling well, but it's just that Chadwick Walton and Carlos Brown has been very good today in terms of how they go about scoring.
Well, they trail by another 153 runs, as I mentioned there. Lots of batting to come for the Scorpions, but if Chadwick and Brown can bat until the day's play, they'll get pretty close to that 300 mark, maybe end the day play with 270 runs on the board or even more.
To be honest with you, that should be the mindset as that over comes to an end. The Cyan Hackett over coming to an end. 154 without loss. But that should be the mindset of both batters. Just a couple minutes left before tea. About the 21 minutes or so. So you'd want them to take it to tea. And then the last session in the day's play. How they approach it would be very, very, very important to finish today's play in the commanding position. Chadwick Walton and Carlos Brown doing job here for the Jamaica Scorpions. So we'd like them to continue. First, finish the session. And that's a lovely shot. Using his feet to Amaria Graves down the ground, 6 runs. Chadwick Walton showing his class.
Well, I'm getting some news here where the game that I mentioned earlier about the Guyana Harpy Eagles in 2022, Chadwick is the first century maker for the Scorpions since Aldane Thomas, who scored a century in that same game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So it's a good thing for Chadwick here today. And if you and if you go down later on and chat with him, Keswick, I'm sure he's going to tell you he's very happy and pleased with the way that he execute here today. 107 from 136. He knows what the pitch is about now.
The thing about him and Carlos Brown, they complement each other. Chadwick, obviously the aggressor. Carlos Brown rotating the strike well. He's on 42. Narrowing in on a half century.
Well, just to add to what I had said about that game in 2022, Jermaine Blackwood also picked up a century in that game in 2022 against the Guyana RP Eagles.
Oh, yeah, keep working, G. Keep working, G. Work, G. Work, G. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Brown, who is on 42 from 96.
Working, G.
We're 8 runs away from his half century.
That one spanked, but just taking the edge of that one. Could get 2. Want to race away to the boundary. Carlos Brown just going really hard at that one, but couldn't find the full face of the bat, finding the edge running down to third man. Jonathan Carter doing chase. Just two runs there, but they're chugging on pretty nicely. So they have to set the platform first for the other batters to come, which they're doing pretty well at the moment. That brings the end of the over. It's 163 without loss.
The batters, they will be having a drink. It's really hot here. Feels like 96 degrees. It's a drink. It's the drinks break. But with 163 runs on the board in 38 overs, the Scorpions, they trail by another 144 runs. And the CCC, they're really in a desperate mood for a wicket. And I'm sure the spectators who are here they are really pleased with how the Scorpions are going so far.
The thing about the CCC, you actually can see a plan in how they want to get a wicket. But it's just that Chadwick Walton and Brown is just equal to the task. They look a better batting unit in this game. So it's not that the CCC is really bowling bad errors. They're hitting good errors. It's just that Chadwick Walton and Carlos Brown is just equal to the task. And they're both doing a great job here to lay down that platform for the Scorpions.
And let me ask you this question, Keswick. Being that you're a bowler, I heard you telling somebody that you still hold the most wickets in CPL. But let me ask you this. If you are bowling to Chadwick, he's on 108, and you're desperate for a wicket, what would be your bowling plan to him to get him out?
Well, it's according to what format of the game we're playing. If it's a 4-day cricket like what we're doing here now, it would be being patient and hitting those errors as consistently as possible. He's in, he looks comfortable. You can't really go searching for the wicket now, otherwise you're going to overcompensate and then you're going to leak runs. So what you need to do, set the field, and if you get hit one side of the field, and try to consistently hit those errors. That can only create pressure And then it can bring forth a wicket. In T20s, it's a little bit different. You're gonna have to look for that wicket, but just know that you may leak some runs in the process. You set one side of the field, get him hitting into one side of the field. So there are just different ways you have to plan to get batters out. Especially at this format, it's all about being patient. Who do the right things over an extended period of time and do it right. Those are usually the one who would win the battles. As I mentioned in CCC case, they haven't been bowling badly. It's just that the Jamaican Scorpions have been better in terms of their approach to scoring runs. You have to remember as well, these guys are young guys. They don't really have that firepower in their bowling lineup to blow away anyone, to run anyone off the wicket. And that one's finding the edge of Carlos Brown, running down to the boundary. Could possibly be four. This is a four. Fortuitous edge. Cyan Hackett consistently hitting that line just outside the third stump, finding the edge, but could only go through the slip and backward point for four.
And he played it well. He moves up to 48 now, just 2 runs away from his half century. And he has been really supportive to Chadwick.
Back on that line, that length that he has been consistently hitting.
And if Carlos Brown gets to 50, it will be his first class half century. Two runs away from it. Very watchful there. And that's the end of the 39th over. It is 168 without loss. Brownie's on 48. Chadwick is 109. They still trail by 139 runs. Lots of batting to come for the Scorpions. $11 extras given away in the game so far from the CCC bowlers.
A lot of people may be looking at the CCC team and probably may think that they would be under the pump for this season's Regional 4-Day Championship. But what they have to understand as well is that I'm pretty sure that Floyd Reefer, Robert Samuel and Pedro Collins and whoever is behind the scenes in terms of getting this team or bringing this team together, that I'm pretty sure, knowing Floyd Reefer, yes, he would like to win a few games, but what he would try to do is get this team in a culture whereby they continuously improve, an improving culture, not a winning culture, because they're pretty young. Some of them is their first year in first class cricket. Well, most of them. And also, some of them probably played Super 50 before, so they understand what it's like to play regional cricket. So for the viewers out there who are looking, who may have certain comments that will not be favorable to the CCC, you also have to understand that this is a young team. This is a young team, and there's a lot of positive that you can take out of what they have done in the first game, in this game now. The 17-year-old, how he played yesterday, who is bowling now. So there's a lot of positive that you can take from it, because at the end of the day, it's an improving culture that they're trying to get. So as long as you have that, as long as they keep improving, they would get better, obviously. They would, and as I mentioned, the googly from the 17-year-old. Really well bowled. Carlos Brown is gone for 48. Smelling his first half century in first class cricket. But the 17-year-old Zashan Matara producing that delivery. Taking the off stump, Kimberly.
Yeah, and it was quick. See, disturbed the off stump and he's disappointed. Fell 2 runs short from getting his first class half century. But I must say, even though he did not get the half century, he was so supportive with a 169 runs partnership there with Chadwick Walton. And that was an excellent delivery from Matara. Young, but he's showing that he's capable and he can deliver. We saw that with the bat yesterday and this morning, where he went for 28, and he's picking up his wicket, the first wicket to break the partnership, which CCC will be so elated to have. And that wicket will boost him up a little bit more to Keswick. As you mentioned, that the bowlers, they are not bowling bad. And I must say, they did not get frustrated. They continue on the path that they know that they're supposed to be bowling. It is Kirk Mackenzie who walks to the crease.
I want to know, see, but if you do it, you tell me. No. One ball left. Stop.
Fall off that wicket brings Kirk Mackenzie to the crease. Present West Indies test player.
Oh, get it! Oh!
Familiar territories as well, short for a catch, but falling short of Matara. Familiar territories for Kirk Mackenzie, batting at number 3 here. Really well bowled. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing here from Matara. Carlos Brown would be so upset with himself, just 2 runs away from his first class half century. But it was a good delivery from Matara. Chadwick Walton still laying down the platform here. Cyan Hackett to continue. Just a few more minutes to tea to finish this second session in today's play.
Kirk Mackenzie did not get the start that he wanted in the first game. We just hope, the coach is expecting him to do better. They still trail by another 138 runs. The CCC, they were all out this morning for 307.
What would be very important is that they finish today's play not losing more than 3 wickets or so, and then come back tomorrow. Cyan Hackett operating at this end from the Courtney Walsh end. Out of Trinidad and Tobago. Very talented player. Think he's a lot better in my estimation with white ball. I've seen him play white ball cricket in America. But as a young player, you would want to play every format. That will gain you the experience that you need and not stick to one format of the game.
Before Jerome went off, he said that Kurt Mackenzie scores quickly and the pitch is playing in favor of the batters now. So this is really a good time for him. Comes in after 169 runs partnership been broken by Matara.
So really good to see Cyan Hackett here making his transition from under 19 to senior cricket level. Play for West Indies Rising Star under 19 team that toured to England. Captain was Akeem August out of St. Lucia. That was the end of the over. End of another Cyan Hackett over. Score is 169 for 1. So that team that toured to England, captained by Akeem August, Giovanni De Pisa, the vice captain, Onaji Omari, Anderson Omaran, Justin Beckford, Teddy Bishop, Colin Tuckett, McKenny Clark, Rivaldo Clark, Nathan Edwards, Andel Gordon, Cyan Hackett, Justin Jagasar, Johan Lane, Anderson Mahez, Matthew Nandu, Visant Singh, and Isaiah Thorne, who has made his first-class debut yesterday for Guyana.
Keep fighting, boys. Keep fighting, boys.
Well, I was wondering earlier if this was the highest opening partnership between Walton and Brown. But I heard it's known that record belongs to Leon Garrick and Chris Gill. They put on 425 runs against the West Indies B in the Buster Cup at Jarrett Park in Montego Bay in 2001. Gale was 21 years old at that time, and he scored 208 not out, and Garrick played 200 not out. Wow. Has a right to call himself the universe boss. Scorpions trail by another 137 runs.
Oh, jeez, boy. You working, Z. Something happening, uncle. Something happening, Z. Something happening.
Encouragement coming from the keeper.
Thank you. Stand up. Stay. Come over.
I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing here from Matara.
Keep working, boys.
His
Keep fighting,
goalie don't
boys. Keep
really
fighting,
spin
keep
a
fighting.
great deal, but
Do not change anything.
he can get better.
Score!
Something that we're lacking in the Caribbean. Really good leg spinners.
Keep fighting, boys.
He's
Keep
just
fighting,
17
boys. Keep
years of
fighting,
age.
boys.
So if we can put
Chirping outside.
our hands on him early, get him to learn the craft.
Oh my word.
So far,
Mate. Loving this. Don't change
his
anything.
pitching
Don't
in-
change anything,
his
Zishan.
pitching is good. He's pitching it in good areas so far.
Yes, and you can hear the
Change
encouragement
anything,
from
don't
the
change
keeper
anything.
saying, don't change anything. You're bowling the right line and length. Keep it right there.
You would expect every now and again, maybe a short one, one that has a little bit of weight on it, because leg spin is one of the most difficult art to really control as a bowler. But so far, so good from Zashan Matara. That's the end of the over.
Move, man. Let me move.
Not a bad one at all for Matara. Score is 170 for 1.
Yeah, just one run coming from that over.
Keep working that, boys. Keep working that, boys.
42 overs gone in the innings for Scorpions.
Keep working that, stay up. Keep working that, stay up.
171 for 1.
Cyan Hackett has been operating for a while from this end.
Couple more minutes before tea. And the Scorpions, they wouldn't want to lose a wicket.
Is that a jinx there? Kimberly, is that a jinx? You know how the commentators curves works. Chadwick looking very easy. Probably because it's getting closer to tea. He's just trying to get to tea, and then after tea, sort of think about how he's going to approach the last session of the day. As I mentioned, he understands how to score runs at this level. Just the other day we were having a conversation and he was saying that this is his last year, even though he wanted to play 100 first class games, but this is his last year and he wants to do something special for Jamaica in his last year of first class cricket. Started well. He's on 112.
And it's a good way to finish our things.
The good thing about it is that a lot of players don't really get to finish how they want to finish, but the fact that he looks in good nick, his first 100 of the season, if he can continue like that, it will be probably one of the best finishes that you could get in your first class career. He would have ideally liked to play 100, but he did mention that after this year, after the knowledge that he would have passed on to the younger players, he think that he would have done his job as a Jamaican player. Just looking to, at this moment, just looking to get to tea. not looking under pressure, but it's about understanding the situation, being aware of what's going on around you.
Enter.
And back to
Right arm
and
around
back
your
to
curve.
that.
Yeah. What you want?
I can
No,
tell you
midline
one
now.
thing: these players,
That's midline up.
I'm not sure if they have ever been in a field all day. How they would cope with it. Very intrigued. I want to see. Jonathan Carter, on the other hand, and Shamar Brooks will understand what it feels like to be in the sun all day. Shamar Brooks at the international level, Jonathan Carter at the first class level for Barbados. Jonathan Carter obviously didn't play any test cricket. Played 4-day cricket at West Indies, a team level. Went on a few 18 tours, but played ODI for West Indies. So he would understand what it's like to spend a day
Well,
as umpire Taylor take the bails off and call tea time. The players will come off for a few minutes. Jamaica, 172 for 1 of 43 overs. Chadwick Walton, 113, while Kurt McKenzie is yet to score. We'll be right back after tea to continue the second day of the Regional 4-Day Championship between the CCC and the Jamaica Scorpions.
So, welcome back to Sabina Park for this the final session of day 2 of this West Indies championship match between the home team, the Jamaica Scorpions, and the combined campuses and colleges team. And the Scorpions, they're in a dominant position now at 172 for 1. And that has been spearheaded by a 6th first-class century from Chadwick Walton, 113 from 156 balls. Has slowed down somewhat since getting to his century, Walton, but he has really put the CCC under pressure, and that 307 now looks like a below par score at the rate at which Walton is going. He lost his opening partner in Carlos Brown for 48, and I think that is Carlos Brown's best score in first-class cricket. His first full season is going to be Matara to restart after the break. Keswick Williams is here with me. He's bowling to Walton, who goes hard immediately. And this is a signal of intent. Bang into the George Headley stands. Well, no, it doesn't reach. Only one. Lost that one in the flight. And he's just making sure that there's nobody out, so he will take the chance. Only one got lost there in the flight. Because
Yeah, that one just really latched onto that one. Not a lot of distance, a lot of height, so he plugged into the outfield on landing, so it didn't really go anywhere. So really just a single. So I guess that sums up the approach that we probably expected from Chadwick Walton after tea interval.
Kurt McKenzie almost played back one to Matara earlier. Just bounced in front of the leg spinner. And McKenzie is going hard. There's a shout of catch him, but Edmond won't catch it. And this is positive from the Scorpions. We're waiting on the signal from Gregory Brathwaite, and he says that's 6. The first scoring shot for McKenzie, and 4 deliveries bowled, and 3 attacking shots played already.
That's the thing, I don't mind the approach, as long as it's in reasoning, and the reason is it's in my area, and I'm going to score. And I like the way how Mackenzie go about playing his test cricket or first class cricket. Plays anything that's in his zone, and he scores off anything that's in his zone. So I do like that. He will have a lot of chirping out there from these youngsters about him being the test player and who's gonna get his wicket. So that might play a little bit on his mind, but it's all about being positive.
In the air again. He tends to hit them in the air. Mackenzie doesn't really go over the ball when he drives them, but he survives, and it's 179 for 1. The first over after tea is completed by Zishan Matara, who has the lone wicket to fall so far.
Liking what I'm seeing from him, though, Foster, knowing that leg spin is a very serious art to really control. One of those serious arts one of those serious craft to master. So far, so good. What I've been seeing from Matara in terms of his control, it's not bad at all. As I did say, you would find sometimes he bowls a little bit short, and then he gives a little bit of weight. But it's expected from a leg spinner. He's just 17 as well, playing first class cricket. When I was 17, I didn't even think I would have been playing regional cricket. I had it in the back of my mind, but I didn't know how I'm going to get onto the scene. But I just continue to work and just let everything fall into place.
Probably not as skilled as Matara. That one is angling into the pads of Walton, who is skilled enough to not fall over, but work it beautifully between mid-wicket and mid-on to get a boundary. And the Scorpions, they're racing away here. They're showing signs of positivity.
Really good shot. Just picking the gap as well. Through mid-wicket and mid-on. Blade doing chase. But the ball getting into the boundary. Really good innings here from Chadwick Walton.
It's really a flat pitch now. There's nothing happening off the surface. The odd delivery spins away from Motara, but other than that, it's really easy pickings.
So it's like that wicket that he picked up earlier. He did try bowler googly, but it didn't really turn much. But he did try bowler googly. Did have a conversation with a couple of the Scorpion players, and they did say this wicket is a little flatter than the last one. So the last one had a bit more bounce, was a bit more consistent, but this one is this pitch is a little flatter.
Yeah. You could see it. You can see it from here. We have been here for both games. You can see the consistency in bounce. It's not really electrifying bounce or rapid pace off the wicket. It's just easy pace, and you can hit through the line of the ball without worrying. Once you see off that first 10-15 overs, it's really easy for the batters, as Walton is showing, and he gets it through cover point. Deep point comes around, should cut it off, and does. I think that's Rambaran. And Paris misfielding again. And 2 more runs afforded to the Jamaica Scorpions. They are 185 for 1. Lost their first wicket at 169. Yeah, so it's easy. As Keswick Williams said. Williams, well, that should be Walton, plays out another over, and at the end of it, it is 185 for 1 at the end of 45 overs. And you can see a long batting order coming. I think Nkrumah Bonner comes next, followed by Jermaine Blackwood, and Mansingh and Morris. And Morris was the only shining light in that previous game with a half century. So Matara will be ready again, the 17-year-old. There were question marks as to why he didn't get into the West Indies under-19 team. Saw that discussion in a couple of forums in Barbados. But you can see that he's talented. Short to Mackenzie, who was looking to open up the offside. And Blade slides. But they get one. It's a worrying sign because he's not comfortable here. The big left-arm pacer. He lost his footing. This is a concern because he's really in some distress here, as you can see. Oh no. We hope it's not too bad. He's getting up now. Almost, that could easily be an extension of the knee.
Well, we're hoping it's nothing too concerning or too alarming. Let's hope it's nothing serious.
Yeah, we hope so. I think a substitute is coming on for him. Looks like Sadiki Henry.
Keep going, Zeke. Keep going, Zeke.
Sure that the physio would tell Blades that in first class cricket you need to top up on your fluids very regular. The sun is hot, so you need the fluids.
Yeah, definitely. It's really hot.
We can feel the heat of the glass from where we're sitting. The good thing about sitting here is that we do have a little bit of AC.
Thank goodness.
So we're still pretty comfortable.
Get it!
Not as comfortable as Chadwick Walton, I may guess. He looks pretty comfortable.
Keep working, bud. Keep
And
working,
putting
bud.
Jamaica in a more comfortable position.
Let's see if Matara can make him uncomfortable.
Yes, Deshaun. Yes,
I like the protection that he has gotten, by the way, Matara.
Deshaun.
2 slips now. Bowling to a man on 120. You don't normally see that. And it's not a rank turner. Like a Hyderabad or a Chennai. Short. But there's enough time for Walton to use his muscles to tug it. He scoots back home for 2. 122. And technically, Chadwick Walton has been on the field of play for every single ball bowled in this game so far.
Can only do that if
Come, Zeke.
you're fit.
One thing, buddy. One
And
thing.
at
Keep
no
working,
point in
keep
time
working, Zeke.
it looks like fatigue is kicking in. And I'm very impressed because Jonathan Carter as well.
There's a loud appeal. It's spinning away from the stump, says umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
Even from here we can see it hit outside the line of off stump.
Motaro was celebrating, to be honest. But that's just youthful exuberance in my estimation. Was it? Outside the line. He wasn't playing a shot, so outside the line doesn't count. It's if the umpire is thinking if it's going to go on to hit the stumps. And that looks like a normal leg break. It wasn't the googly. Had it been the googly, I think Chadwick Walton would be in some serious trouble. That completes over number 46 at 188 for 1.
Jonathan Carter and Brooks would be so happy now to see the back of Chadwick Walton. Looks like Blades is okay.
Great to see.
Not really looking too comfortable, but the good thing about it is he's back on the field. Henry's off. Cyan Hackett continuing. Sort of marching to his bowling mark. But I'm sure that's something to help in regards to stretching. I can tell you one thing, at this level it takes a toll on your body.
Yeah.
Sometimes you finish playing, and then when you get home, you don't know if to sleep, to stay up. You don't know what to do. But I think with this partnership that's building here now between Chadwick Walton and Kurt McKenzie, the run rate may go up because McKenzie is the type that whenever he gets going, he's going to play his shots. As long as it's in his zone to score, he would. Chadwick Walton the same. So we may see an increase in terms of the scoring rate in this hour of play. If McKenzie gets going.
It's always the most difficult period of play for the fielding team, especially when the team is on the back foot. Because you're caught between defending and attacking. And when the partnership is consolidating and you have two players scoring at a fast rate, it puts you under serious pressure. So,
And to be honest with you, at around 3 o'clock, when you're playing 4-day cricket at around 3 o'clock, a lot of guys tends to close down.
no ball is a call, but a pleasant drive from McKenzie goes through Blades, who is struggling physically. He gets up to retrieve it. They wanted 3, but they will get 3 runs overall because it's a no ball and 2 taken, 3 in total. So that puts the score up to 191 for 1. Umpire Taylor waiting on the scorers to identify that it's a no ball. He is still there, adamant that he has not seen a signal. But the body's shutting off at 3 o'clock. Remember that the players are also eating in between, so. And as a fast bowler yourself, fast bowlers tend to eat the most in a camp, by the way, based on my observation.
I believe you.
Yeah. They do the hardest work, all right?
They're the hardest worker. I can remember
I knew you were going to say that.
They're the hardest worker. But it's true. It is true. I can remember having a conversation with a physio here in the Caribbean. I'm not going to say where he's from, but he said that he had conversations with other physios and they were going to go to Cricket West Indies as a body of physiotherapists and try to work out something for fast bowlers when it comes to contracts. I was like, what? And he's like, he thinks that fast bowlers' contracts should be probably a lot better than other players. And the reason for that, what he's saying, which makes sense, is that in cricket, fast bowlers' career is the shortest. Because as soon as you pass a certain age, when you start to lose pace, people start to look for the next best thing. And then your career just, And I listened to him and I was like, it makes sense. Probably I said it because I'm a fast bowler myself.
Possibly.
But I mean, it makes a lot of sense when you think of it.
Well, fast bowlers are now going for the highest rates in
IPL.
Yeah.
And it should be the case as well.
Yeah, the value.
So I wouldn't argue about that.
But it's true though. Fast bowling is the hardest art.
One bad slip and
you
could end your career.
Bowled. Yes, he is. It's right through the defenses of McKenzie. He played all around it, and I would say that's a bad shot. Didn't get close enough to the ball, and Hackett disturbs the leg stump. Seems as if it nipped back as well. Let's see. Just went right through him. Has to play that through mid-on though, McKenzie. Was looking to play wide off mid-on.
It's the second time for the season We have seen him bold through bat and pad. We saw that against the Windward Island Volcanoes. Ryan John going through bat and pad. And now we're seeing that again here. Cyan Hackett would be very proud of the work that he did to pick up that wicket. Wicket of West Indies test batter Kurt McKenzie. He's back in the pavilion now, which brings up Nkrumah Bonner.
It's a little bit disappointing as Carter mimics bowling to Bonner, that he's going to be the man to get him out. If we can see the replay one more time, just another time, just to see. Yeah, no base. No base to play the shot, and you can see how frustrated Chadwick Walton is. There was no base to play the shot. He was basically driving on the move. And once the ball does anything off the pitch, it's going to give you problems. Have to be stable whenever you're playing that extra cover drive. Well, let me not say have to. It's recommended for you to be stable, because Steve Smith does drive on the move.
David Warner as well.
And David Warner drives on the move. But they grew up in uncultured wickets where, yeah.
It's also about mastering your craft as well, and be comfortable doing what you're good at. And I guess that's the reason why David Warner is so fast between the wicket, because he's always on the move.
On the move.
It's like he's almost falling over somewhat when he plays his shot. So he's always on the move. So he's probably 2 footsteps ahead.
Yeah.
But it's his thing, and he understands that, and he's comfortable doing that.
And you saw his struggles away from home in conditions where the ball seemed a lot more. England is one. South Africa is the next place that he has struggled. Bonner clips it in the air, but there's a vacant area on the onside.
I've seen a lot of no balls in yesterday and today's play.
Is it that they're striving for extra pace, or just...
I think it's probably a little bit of fatigue as well.
Oh, good point. Good point. That's why you are the fast bowler.
Most of these bowlers, apart from Markina Minley, haven't really played a lot of first class cricket. O.J. Shields, Gordon O'Brien, Cyan Hackett, Gavaskar, Edmund, and Blades haven't really played a lot of first class cricket. So this would be something new.
So it wears you down. It wears down your body.
In Barbados, I'm sure they play, I think it's 3-day cricket. Not sure if Trinidad and Tobago plays 3-day cricket, but I think they do play 2-day cricket. In St. Vincent, we play 2-day cricket.
And that's what entails across the Windward Islands.
Different.
And another nice shot from Walton.
Different formats for different countries. You can, but I think Cricket West Indies should step in when it comes to that. Getting all countries to probably play 3-day cricket. Score now is 200. Getting up to that 200 mark. But yeah, I think they should get everybody to play the same thing.
Yeah.
Because you're getting every player accustomed. Because you want everybody, when they reach at this level, at least they had a taste locally of what it's like to probably bowl for maybe 3 sessions.
Nice,
or probably
nice
what it
to
is.
go there from Hackett, by the way. Yeah. To
Good line,
complete
good
the
line.
49th over. Yeah, the continue with that 3-day point.
Yeah, when they get to this level, they will have a taste of what it's like to probably bowl in 2 sessions.
Yeah.
So I think it's something that should be right across the board for all for all countries, because when I say we play 2-day cricket in St. Vincent, it's really not 2-day cricket. Starts at 12 on Saturday and finishes on Sunday. So it's really a day and a half, because then you start to think about players who have their work on a Saturday. They get off work at 12. So the cricket starts at like 12:30 or so. So it's really a day and a half. While I've played in Barbados, so you start this Saturday, and on Sunday you play whether I think it's T20 or 1-day cricket, and then the following weekend, Saturday and Sunday again, to continue that game that started the last Saturday. So that's 3 days.
Oh. It's a loud appeal. Umpire Brathwaite turns away his head immediately. That's interesting. I knew there was a stage, well, there was a time in Jamaica where the games were played for 3 days. And then so at one stage, they had the games continuing from a weekend to another. That has been abolished now. Walton steps out to Motara, and it goes through mid-wicket and turns for 2. What happens now is that you have a 2-day competition, you have a 50-over competition, and you have a T20 competition. And the 2-day competition is supposed to start, I think, next weekend, if I'm not mistaken. That weekend is the 23rd and 24th, so it should be that weekend. So, and you have teams grouped by where they're situated. So you have a county, really, or grouped by division. So teams in Kingston and St. Andrew tend to pair with each other. You have St. Thomas as well as part of this region in Kingston and St. Andrew. Where I am from, which is the western side of the country, you have St. Elizabeth. And Walton is forward and safely negates any turn or spin. St. Elizabeth is accompanied by Westmoreland and Hanover, St. James, Trelawney, and then the northern parishes will play together. That's Trelawney. Did I say Trelawney just now? It will be St. Anne, St. Mary, and GC Foster College as well. Okay. This one is clipped away down to Fine Leg, and they get 2. And then you have countries in the Middlesex region, Manchester, Clarendon, St. Catherine Parish. You have St. Catherine Parish, and you have St. Catherine Cricket Club. St. Catherine Cricket Club is where Andre Russell and Rothman Powell stemmed from. Carlos Brown, Pete Salmon, those players. St. Catherine Parish predominantly made up of people from Ola, and Kennar Lewis is at St. Catherine CC as well. Yeah, so you have more clubs. You have the police and so on. JDF. Tell you what, JDF, they are the dominant force recently in our local cricket. I think outside of the last year, 204 for 2 after 50 overs. After, I think last year, they didn't get to the final of the 2-day, but prior to that, they were the 50-over champions, and they lost the T20 final after they were the defending champions, and they were also the holders of the 2-day title. So the Army men have been doing well. That's where Gordon Bryan comes from. Dennis Bulai plays for them as well, a popular name.
So they have a proper structure inside the JDF to have these guys training and paying close attention to their cricket.
Yeah. Tevin Gilzine, who was part of the Scorpion squad last year, for some parts of the season, he's part of the force. He's not in the setup now. But and they tend to have different types of squads as well. They have a T20 team that is not really the same type of players who play in the 2-day competition. Well, they should be able to find that many players because it's an army, isn't it? Should be able to find a lot of people.
Sure, they're not short of fitness either.
It's definitely not. Edged, and it falls short. There's now a run-out opportunity. I told you, Keswick, they don't have a good communication batting together. There's always that chance of a mix-up between Bonner and Walton. You saw it in the Super 50. It almost happened there again. A good delivery though from Hackett, who is seemingly getting some movement. It seems like in the air.
Well, it's all about consistency. In terms of his line and length, being patient. Probing around the line of off stump. Good length as well. This is his 12th over. Not a great deal of pace, but the errors that he's hitting, something would happen. Picked up the wicket of Kurt McKenzie.
That was a big breakthrough as well, because Mackenzie and Walton suggested that they were going to be very attacking. It goes wide off the crease, angles it in. Bonner was equal to the task as he stood tall and got it between point and extra cover. That's his second run.
So in the fast bowling department, that's exactly what I was talking about in regards to getting that third.
Pulled away. No man moved, no man got hurt. And the ball fizzes into the fence of the Kingston Cricket Club. That's a powerful blow from Chadwick Walton. He's not short on power and he's not short on fitness.
Goes back to what I was saying again, in terms of getting that third experienced player in the setup, him being a fast bowler. We may see Jonathan Carter be introduced soon while he's the skipper, so he can make that decision.
That looked like a tired delivery, by the way, from Hackett. Over pitch now. Pleasantly driven up to extra cover. And it's not easy for you to just go around and just pick up a fast bowler and put them in the team, because when you have to find a motivated person to want to play at this level at a certain age, because there's so many options now in terms of going around and playing these professional leagues. But there must be a bowler around that you can't find.
Someone that has the experience as well.
Yeah.
Understands what it's like to perform at this level and understand how to get things done at this level.
Yeah. 209 for 2. Walton is 137. And there's almost like a school of thought, really, when you're creating a team as to how you go about it. You're building a team for success. You want a mixture of experience and youth that can prolong the success.
And that's the only how the younger ones are going to learn.
Yeah. Because the names that you called who played for the CCC and went on to play for the West Indies, but to have someone like a Ryan Austin around who played so many years of first-class cricket.
He did a lot for us, I could tell you that.
Yeah.
We had Ryan Austin around. We had Floyd Reefer, who was still playing.
Yeah, he was
and coaching as well.
Coach captain, yeah.
So he was player coach for us.
See.
So at least we had that experience in the camp.
The reserve umpire, that's Orani Banks, making his way out to assess the ball. Seems as if the umpires are not satisfied, and surely they can't be, because Walton is really hitting every life out of that ball. And that last damage came in the previous over. And the ball slammed into the iron railings. Gonna be Matara. It's a different ball. So the ball has been changed after 51 overs. It's going to be Nkrumah Bonner on strike. Takes his guard again. As Kimberly Forbes rejoins you, or us. Big swing and miss from Bonner. He was looking to clear mid off. It's taken by Shamar Brooks at slips. Well, at slip. Or that's Carter. Well, it's Brooks. But he didn't make contact that looked ungainly. Uncharacteristic as well from Bonner. As much as he's 17, Motari doesn't look overawed by the situation. He's finding his feet. He's going at over 4 runs and over. But most of the scoring shots off him, they have been aggressive shots. Not really bad bowling. And they can take comfort from that, the CCC.
And as Keswick mentioned earlier, that the bowlers, they're not bowling bad. They're bowling in the areas that they're supposed to be. And you will see a man like Chadwick Walton attacking the bowlers because he's set. And as I said to someone just now, that for the batters to out, they will have to be the one to give away their wickets, because there's nothing really in the pitch for the bowlers. And I said, if Matara can continue the way how he picked up the wicket of Carlos Brown, then that is how the CCC will get a few more wickets.
It's a good point. Walton will be hoping that Bonner can stick around with him. Bonner seems to be in a haste. He's played a couple of attacking shots. Not really his style. Known to occupy the crease for long periods.
Well, he mentioned that he's in a haste. I wonder where he's planning to go, because yesterday was Valentine's Day. So I don't think he have a date for today.
There's a loud appeal from the wicketkeeper. Umpire Brathwaite says not out. And that's the end of the 52nd over. And you can see here that one looked as if it pitched outside the leg stump and was going on with the arm as well. So good decision from umpire Brathwaite. And by the way, Chadwick Walton's 137 is his highest ever first class score. His previous was 125. Started the day with 3,903 runs in first class cricket. He's now up to 4,000 plus runs.
That's good.
4,040 runs.
And I must commend the Scorpions batters. They maintain a run rate of 4. It never, from they got to the crease, it hasn't dropped to 3.
There's been a positive sign throughout. And just some updates now. The Volcanoes, they were dismissed for 325 in their first innings response to 214 by the Barbados Pride. 72 from Sonny Lambris after half centuries from Jeremy Solazano and Kimani Melios. Jamel Warrican took 5 wickets for the Barbados Pride. Shemar Holder 2 wickets, while there was a wicket apiece for Akeem Jordan, Russian Primus, and Chem Holder. Gavasta Edmond is back to Walton, and what a greeting it is. Short, and no second invitations. He hammered it over square leg, 1 bounce into the boundary for 4.
Not a greetings you'd want as a bowler, though. The first delivery being dispatched to the boundary. That one singing greetings, greetings across the Bina Park.
Not the ideal length.
You're looking at Walton really set, pretty close, 9 runs away from 150.
Really surprised that the deep backward square hasn't gone back to the boundary. Edmond is in outside the off stump to Walton again. So the Barbados Pride, they were trailing by 111 to start their second innings. They are 4 without loss. And remember, it's day 2 as well. That is over at Kensington Cricket Club, a couple meters away from here. If you're into fitness, you can walk to Kensington Cricket Club from Savannah Park.
You have to be really fit, though.
He's looking to cut that one away, Walton. Missed out too close. It was too full as well. Over in Connery, St. Kitts, the West Indies Academy in their second innings, they're 66 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force made 329 in response to 163, while the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, batting a second time, are 31 without loss. And they're really dominating this game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, because the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they were bundled out for 188 in response to 352. So Hurricanes well in charge there. So too is Edmond here as that one jogs back to Walton. It seems to be a little bit high, but it surprised Walton because he was opening up his body to hit it through the offside, that big step across the stumps. And he came back sharply. Looked like bat and pad. That was close. Good
Yes,
delivery.
indeed close, because, see, but this is the second time in second delivery that Bonner goes up to Walton and have a chat and telling him not to give it away. See where Walton called for some water. The ladies at Glow Glow Hair Salon, they're glued to their TV, watching the game here.
Good pace being worked up here by Edmond into his 6th over, both 5 overs earlier today. And they realized a trend yesterday with the Scorpions. 10 overs apiece for Shields and Minley. And Shields bowled those 10 overs in 3 spells, a 5-over spell, a 3-over spell, and a 2-over burst. And that is the end of the 53rd over. And it's drinks, according to umpire Chris Taylor. And at the end of 53 overs, it's 213 for 2, the Scorpions, with Walton 141. And then Kruma Bonner 2. Scorpions lost the wicket of Kurt McKenzie in this, the first over since tea.
Yeah, and they really need the drinks break because it's hot. It feels like 101 outside there. The sun is really pelting through the glass here in the commentary box. But talking about Kurt McKenzie, the struggles continue for him. But while they're having a drink, we'll go for a drinks break as well. So welcome back after the water break. The Scorpions, they're at 213 for 2. Chadwick Walton playing a really excellent innings here. He's on 141 from 190 deliveries. And Kumabona, he's on 2 faced 14 deliveries. Edmond Gavaska bowled only 4 runs coming from that over before drinks break. And I must say it is extremely hot here in Kingston, Jamaica. And the coaches and the captain for Scorpions and also the spectators, they would have really enjoyed the start that they get from the opening pair, which is Carlos Brown, who is going for 48, and Walton, who is still at the crease. Mackenzie continued to struggle here, Jerome.
Not been the best of returns for him. Played a ill-timed and ill-advised shot as this one is going inside out through extra cover from Nkrumah Bonner. He has already signaled his intent that he's going to be ultra-aggressive in this innings, especially to Motara. And he really just chipped it over the head of the man at extra cover. Looks like Hackett.
And I would like to see how Motara is going to answer after that boundary.
Umpire Brathwaite does another inspection of the ball. I think the CCC bowling, as much as the pitch has been flat, it hasn't been as penetrative as you'd like. You'd want some more building of pressure. Run scoring has been too easy. Hence the Scorpions scoring at over 4 runs and over consistently. It goes to slip. Shamar Brooks. Well, the umpire says yes. Brooks didn't appeal. Bonner is dumbfounded, and so am I. It didn't look as if it came off the bat, and it could not be a leg with LBW from this because it pitched outside the leg stump. It came off his thigh. Oh no. Bonner is livid, he's distraught.
Well, he's definitely not pleased. He was asking, what? Why did I get out? Where did it hit? It did not touch my bat, nor the tips. And if it is leg LBW, that was drifting down the leg side. Lot of question asked there by Bonner, but it's unfortunate he has to go. He struggles too, didn't get off in the first game. And the captain walks out, Jermaine Blackwood.
It's unbelievable because Shamar Brooks could not believe it. He was as surprised as Nkrumah Bonner.
And as you.
Oh. It's a very difficult job, umpiring. When they get it right, you have to give them credit. I think Gregory Brathwaite got that one horribly wrong. And it's a third wicket. A major setback here for the Scorpions. But in comes their skipper, Jermaine Blackwood.
So as I mentioned that even though it was an unfortunate situation just now, I mentioned earlier, maybe over before, that Motara will have to be the one to take wickets because there's nothing in the pitch for the other bowlers. And even though he's 17 years old, he's very fearless. He's going to try his best deliveries to get the batters out. So Jermaine Blackwood, he's on strike.
Yeah. I'm going to ask for the replay of the wicket one more time, just to make sure that I'm not being disingenuous to the umpire. But I think it was a really bad decision. I'm not sure what he was dismissed as, by the way, after this delivery. I'm not sure what he was dismissed as. Motara to the captain Blackwood, and that goes past his bat outside the off stump. So let's look at it again. That pitched outside the leg stump, so it shouldn't be given out LBW, and it clearly didn't come off the bat. Hence, Shamar Brooks didn't appeal.
But Motara did appeal though.
Bowlers always appeal. Ask Keswick. They appeal for everything. That's one more to the total, though. The first run for Jermaine Blackwood. So Bonner went for 6. And Blackwood is there now on 1 from 2. Who is still there is Chadwick Walton. He's really hurting the team that brought him to prominence, the CCC. Cutting that one. Good diving save there from Rambaran. But they get another run. 2 slips and a short leg. Mid on. And long off. Not on the boundary, but he's deep enough. And Hackett has moved from extra cover to a straightish and a short mid-off for that check drive from Blackwood. That completes the 13th over. A successful over, whether you want to look at it that way or not. It has been for Motaro. It's his second wicket. 2 for 53. He got the wicket of Nkrumah Bonner fortuitously. The Scorpions 219 for 3.
Well, just 6 runs and a wicket from that over. The skipper will be happy with that to send back Banner to the dugout. So the communication continues with Walton.
So whatever the plans were of the Scorpions, to really kick on after tea, they have been derailed at some points. This is short again to Walton. It's a vacant square leg, and it's going to get into the boundary just in front of the Kingston Cricket Club. And again, this is suspect captaincy from me. Well, for me, because Walton is 145 now. And he has shown that strength to hit the ball square of the wicket either side. There has to be protection. It's 146 now for the right-hander. 1 hit away from a first 150 in first-class cricket.
He's waiting patiently.
After that delivery, the man at square leg went back on the boundary. Should have been there from the previous over. Edmond is one of the quicker bowlers in this team. Just as quick as Blades. Should have been back. Could have saved the team 12 runs. Jonathan Carter. See Justin Beckford there. As part of the Scorpions training squad. Youngster, 19 years old. Brother to Daniel Beckford, who played for the West Indies under 19. And Justin went to Woolmer's Boys. That's, I wouldn't say a stone's throw from here, but it's up the road.
But it would be an easier walk to Woolmer's than go to Kensington.
For sure. That's why I said if you're really into fitness, you can walk to Kensington.
Maybe Keswick can.
Walton wanted 1, but decided against it.
.223 for 3. Just they're trailing by another 84 runs. Walton, he's just what? 4 runs away from 150.
Ooh, that's a good one from Edmond. It drew Walton forward. A false stroke, not many in this innings. looking to drive it on the up. Shaped as if he wanted to. And then he almost pulled out at the last minute as the ball shaped away. You need to find just that one magical moment to make things interesting for the bowling team.
It will have to be Matara to find that magical moment again.
Has been decent so far. Zishan Matara, 2 for 53. The Scorpions, 223 for 3
Turning around, boys. Keep turning around.
after 55 overs.
Keep going. Long off. Long off, say.
We haven't seen Greaves after he was hit on the hand, that powerful shot from Brown.
Hey, we go, Z.
So Motara continues to Blackwood.
Keep working, bud.
He's still on the field.
Keep working, bud.
He's a cover, but he hasn't bowled.
Yes.
Yeah. That was really a powerful blow.
Catch it.
Blackwood works that one into a vacant mid-wicket region, and he's so quick between the wickets. And gets 2 more runs. But once he was hit on the hand, Motara switched ends. And he went to bowl from the Michael holding end. And he got the wicket of Carlos Brown almost immediately.
So it seems as if that end is working for Matara.
Yeah. 2 wickets.
Keep working, boys. Oh, geez. Got it.
Worked again by Blackwood, who's busy. He's always going to get 2 once it's in a vacant area. Intense running.
Yeah, we know the capability of Blackwood. He really, in the first game, he played 16 and 25. Haven't really got to that stage that most persons expect him to be.
Keep working.
As a very experienced
Working, Zishan.
batter.
Boy balls, buddy. Boy balls,
Been
Zishan.
around cricket for years.
Work on, bud. Work on.
Takes the outer half of the bat. Went to backward of point. Rambling. Blackwood was interested in a single.
Keep going. Come, boys. Let me out in a game, man. Come, boys.
Oh, that was the slider. Blackwood was looking for the cut. It was way too close for it. And he almost chopped it onto his stumps. Yeah, it was way too close. And lucky for him.
That's really some luck for him there.
So 146 to Chadwick Walton.
Will this be the moment for him on the first delivery? Because we saw him the previous over where he dispatched the first delivery for 4.
Full from Edmond. And it's way better to see your bowlers going full or being too full than going extra short. It just tells you that they believe in the plan that you have as a captain. But he has protection on either side if he's too short as well. We can use that surprise bouncer to Walton. Takes the edge off his bat.
And Jerome, even though the bowlers, they're not picking up wicket, they are still maintaining their discipline. They're not getting frustrated at all. They're still bowling in the areas that they are supposed to bowl and to the field set as well.
Quiet period in the game for the CCC. Just going too frenetic at one stage. Solid behind that delivery, Chadwick Walton, who has now faced his 200th delivery in this innings. Scorpions trail by just 80. And you think that they want to make upwards of 450. Worked away. Mid-on is going to be giving chase. That's Blades. He's not going to get to the boundary, I don't think. No. But they're going to come back for 3. And puts Walton on the brink of 150 at 149. And the Scorpions are now 230 for 3. Good shot there. Didn't lose his balance, Chadwick Walton.
Yeah, just one run away from the 150 mark. If he gets to 150, he really deserves every bit of it. Really playing innings here. Been at the crease in the boiling sun. It's really hot.
Edmond is from Westmoreland, by the way, for those who don't know. He's from Jamaica. Played for St. Elizabeth Technical High School. And interestingly, Jermaine Blackwood is also from Westmoreland. But went to Homewood Technical in Christiana, Manchester. Down the leg side. Wayward end to that over. A decent over, 5 dots in the over. A triple came from it to Chadwick Walton, who is on the cusp of 150. And the Scorpions 230 for 3.
First innings, good innings. 230. They're 77 runs away from 307. Know that Carlos Brown, he's gone for 48. A report to send him back from Matara.
See a few folks in the Kingston Cricket Club. For a youngster, Matara at 17, he has been impressive. He has been really impressive, and he looks a very confident young player as well.
Yep.
Takes the edge. Did it? It goes to slip. It bounced and turned and spun past the wicketkeeper. But it didn't take the edge. But that's a good sign. That's a big leg break.
Keep going, Zeke.
Spun right across Chadwick Walton and took him on the thigh.
Being at 17 and bowling this good, once he gets the right guidance and coaching, he'll be a good bowler.
working, Zishan. Keep working, but keep working.
Loves this cricket. And he was brave enough to stand with his captain yesterday. But Walton looking to force one through the onside.
Keep going, bud. Keep going. Keep going.
Really impressed with Motaro.
Keep going, Z. Keep going, Z.
Not to say he's going to be the next Shane Warne, but he doesn't play as if he's 17. That's why though. And to the backward of point it goes. There's deep point. It's coming back for two. And that will be 150. 151 altogether for Chadwick Walton. And he extends his highest ever score in first class cricket. It has been a wonderful innings.
Keep working, Z.
Power with defense
Come, boys.
and
Come, boys.
awareness.
Come, boys.
Mature innings from a very experienced player. And his selection to this team now makes sense to the Jamaican public. First Centurion this season. He's forward the very next delivery.
Keep going, bud.
He's looking, I think, Chadwick Walton to something massive here because there's nothing in this wicket to suggest that he will be out anytime soon.
And I do agree with you, Jerome. He will have to be the one to give it away. 232. He's on 151 from 207. So Brownie's gone for 48, and Mackenzie's gone for 9. So this is the second time we've seen, well, the third time seeing Mackenzie can't get past 15 runs. He's really struggling. Somebody asked me if he's still jet lagged from that flight from Australia. I'll have to ask him later on. So it's Blades who is reintroducing the attack.
He has bowled 9 overs so far. Short to Blackwood, who is helping it back out of square. He's gonna get 2. Not the best sight when you're, as Keswick put it, when you're tired or you're feeling the heat or the struggles of bowling 3 sessions of cricket, and then you see a very attacking player coming to the crease. Send off alarm signals as a fielding captain and to the bowler as well.
We saw where Jonathan take on the burden for CCC and made 135 not out and helped them to get to 307. Not saying that the Scorpions are struggling or a burden now, but as a captain, you'd want to do what Walton is doing or do more for your team. You still need about 73 runs. You trail by 73 runs, so he'll have to stay there, bat out the end of the day and come back fresh tomorrow with Chadwick Walton. Walton he's playing a very impressive innings here. Maybe he's looking up to get to maybe 250. And he can get the 250. He's at 152 now, or 151.
Blades continuing from round the wicket. So outside of the fact that he's the first Centurion this season for the Scorpions, he's the first Centurion since 2022 because we didn't have a Centurion last year, the Scorpions. And that will tell you why the team was struggling as well. If you can't find players to score hundreds, you're not going to be able to post competitive totals consistently. You might have an odd day where the team scores a decent score based on players chipping in with useful contributions, but to be consistently at the top, like what Alec Athenes did for the Windward Islands Volcanoes last season. And you had players in Barbados, McCaskey, and that goes forward of square. You had Kevin Anderson in Guyana. Those players were making runs consistently. Hence their teams were really pushing for that title at 236 for 3 at the end of 59.
Yeah, and it is Walton who is on 152. He's sweating hard. Is that Blackwood changing his tips already? He's batting tips already. I guess he's sweating in the hot sun. So Chadwick will be on strike.
Oh, so the last century came from Paul Palmer Jr. And that was against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Brian Lara Stadium in 2022. And that game was drawn. He made 100 and Walton is advancing.
Keswick mentioned how fit Walton is, and he's really showing that he's fit. He's there from the start. It is now almost 4:30. It's now 24 minutes after 4.
Local time.
Local time, yes, and maybe he could be the one to walk up to Kensington. Really fit.
So Palmer's 100 was 144. Matara is continuing, by the way, from the Michael holding end. So that is a long time for a team not to have a century or a centurion. 2 years, it was June 2022. Oh, that was faster. And Blackwood was back. It was sharp. He had enough intensity in his hand and his footwork. You can hear the words of encouragement coming from Jonathan Carter for the leg spinner. Takes the edge. Does it? Yes, it does. A big wicket for Matara. He gets the Jamaica Scorpions captain. And what a moment for the 17-year-old. And that is a traditional leg break. Pitched on middle stump. Got it to grip. And Blackwood pushed hard.
And Blackwood knows it too. He walks immediately. And I must commend the 17-year-old bowler. He's really, really showing that he's capable to take wickets. So he's captain. He picked up 3 now, 3 for 60 in his 16th over. And it's problem for Blackwood again. Can't get past the 25 and the 16. He's gone for 8.
That was a good delivery. A very good delivery. It's 237 for 4. Abhijay Mansingh is the new man. And as much as Walton has been dominant in this innings, the Scorpions are opening the door for the visitors.
Yes, and I had mentioned it to you earlier that sometimes a team get a good start, and if they lose the opening pair, then the middle order come tumbling down. Well, we really haven't got enough runs from the third and fourth and fifth batsmen.
Not too long ago we were teammates, boys. Not too long ago we were teammates, boys.
So here,
Not too long ago.
the Mario Richards reminding that Mansingh was a teammate a couple months ago. He played for the CCC in the 50-over competition. A lot of chirping, and you can understand the excitement. The Scorpions are 70 runs away with 6 wickets in hand. He's positive immediately, Mansingh, with that drive. Comfortable. This is something he bowls, leg spin. A successful over for Zishan Mutara. A beautiful delivery to get the end of Jermaine Blackwood. He went for 8. It's 237 for 4 at the end of 60 overs. So Keswick Williams will join us now.
Good to be back with our viewers here. And it's good to see Matara, the 17-year-old, out of Barbados, doing the job here for CCC, taking up the ex-Test captain for the West Indies team, the last wicket to go.
I must tell you that based on what I'm seeing, the calls for his inclusion in the recent Under-19 World Cup made sense. It made sense. He looks as if he's in control of what he's doing.
And as I said, that leg spin is a very difficult art to master. But he understands what he's doing. Few deliveries might be a little bit off in terms of maybe too full, too short, too much width, but so far, so good.
Yeah.
We can see the reason why a lot of people were chirping about him being included into that squad. But the most important thing is he's still 17.
Yeah.
So he has time with the performance that he's putting in here.
It's guided away by the Lone Ranger here for the Scorpions. Chadwick Walton, 154 now, 238 for 4, and they trail by 69.
With the performance that he's putting in here, one would only think that for sure he would be included the next time around, showing this sort of control at this level against guys who are basically on contract, franchise system, picking up wickets as well. Something definitely you would definitely have to admire.
And Blades is into his second over into this new spell. And gave Mansingh a bump when he came in. Just to remind him that we were friends a couple days ago, or a couple months ago. Mansingh is solid in behind that delivery. At one stage he was being touted by the way to be the opener for the Scorpions. J. Mansing. It was a couple of years ago. That was just before the pandemic.
Well, I had my conversations with him, and he did say he made his list a debut at CCC as an opening batter.
Yeah.
So there's some abilities there with the bat, no doubt about it. His first thing now is to try build a partnership with Walton. Get them in a commanding position.
And I must say, how he got into the team as well was really by luck. Yeah.
Sometimes you need a bit of that
Yeah, and he has
in life.
grabbed that opportunity with both hands at 2:38 for 4 now, the Scorpions after 61 overs, because he was in Antigua for last year's tournament, as you see a few spectators, young spectators, which is always good to see. He was in Antigua. He was a part of the 14 actually. He wasn't playing. But then the results for one of the players, Alvin Williams, came back during the game after their screening process, and it was suggested that he be removed from the team until he's examined further. And that's how Mansing has gotten his opportunity. He top scored in that first innings, and he took some wickets as well. And he has not looked back since. He has not looked back since. And he has also gotten a chance to play for the West Indies A. He went to South Africa prior to that test series in Australia. Matara, continuing, has settled nicely into his work, into his 17th over, and he doesn't look tired either for someone that is so young.
He's 17. Spring chicken, as we call him here in the Caribbean. Let's try to tuck that one down to mid-wicket. We're going to get 4. Probably get 2.
A third was on the cards, but you have to give Walton a break. He's tired. He's not showing it, but logically, for him to be sprinting this late in the evening would be remarkable, to say the least. He deserves a rest. Yeah, that comes off the blade of the bat. And he's getting some extra bounce as well. He's not the tallest, Motaro, but he tends to generate some bounce. And for the first time in the innings, the run rate has dipped below 4. Now 3.88.
Some really good positives here for CCC.
They've clawed their way back into the game. 3 wickets in this session. Wicket of Mackenzie, then the wicket of Bonner. That was fortuitous, but still, they can't send him back out. And then they got the big wicket of Jermaine Blackwood.
He has bowled 17 overs. This 17-year-old. 3 for 62. Still chugging along nicely. No signs of fatigue or anything. Jonathan Carter just talking to him there for a bit. Asking him to bring the batters on their front foot. And that's what you want from your senior players. That's the reason why he's in this setup. So I like that move from Floyd Reefer and co. Still pretty surprised I haven't seen Jonathan Carter with the ball, but after batting probably all day yesterday, legs are probably a little bit shaky still.
And as you put it, he's no spring chicken.
Well, he's definitely not. I've been playing for a while, Jonathan Carter. But how good was he yesterday?
Yeah, he was outstanding.
94 first class games. 139 List A games. 93 T20 games. 33 ODI. So, you have some wheels behind him.
Yeah.
Possibly might see him going on to 100 first class games. Because I'm pretty sure with what he's achieving so far in this year's tournament. The other leg is played here in Jamaica. Again, the CCC would be playing a team that's definitely in some good form in Windward Islands at the Kensington CC. So far, so good for Jonathan Carter in terms of his form.
Yeah. He had a 50 as well in the first game.
Scored 83 in the first
Yeah.
game, and now he scored 100 in this one, 138. So to me, he likes Jamaica.
And I must tell you that I remember the final here at Sabina Park when I think Jamaica won that 5th straight title. He was the man who top scored in that game.
So he loves Jamaica.
He really loves to play his cricket here.
So if he can leave Jamaica on a high and then take a break and then go to Trinidad and take up from where he left off, that would be a definite positive for the CCC young players. Someone to look at. So you would, I'm guessing surely he would be back next time around as we see the end of another Jediah Blades over. Very quiet one as well. Score is still at 240 for 4.
And still to come remain Morris, Pete Salmon, Marquina Minley, Gordon Bryan and O.J. Shields. I still believe you'd back the Scorpions from here to get above that 307. I still don't see any issues with the surface. The odd deliveries have done some tricks. I think the one from Carlos Brown kept a little bit low, even though it could have been forward to it. A good delivery to Jermaine Blackwood, but on a regular scale, you'd probably prefer him to negate that ball better. He wasn't fully forward, and hence the ball got enough time to spin. Similar to what Chadwick Walton just did, he was fully forward to smother any form of spin. Blackwood was halfway forward, allowed the ball to spin, and he took the edge.
The good thing about him as well is that he's actually bringing the batters forward.
Yeah.
And for a batter like Chadwick Walton, who's on 156, and you're taking Kalitran out of short mid-wicket to bring him in front of the bat at silly point,
Tells you.
it tells you that he's still hitting good errors.
Yeah. And he's only bowling with those two deep men in front of the bat.
He has good control though.
I'm impressed, I must say.
He really has good control, and I'm impressed with not just his bowling but his all-round cricket.
Yeah.
Because what I saw yesterday from him batting, something that you will definitely want to see from a lower order batter, not just a lower order batter, someone who's just 17 years of age, playing first class cricket, bowling, picking up test batters. And the thing about those wickets, it's not like someone tried to hit him out of the park and get caught on the boundary, or play a good shot through cover and then the batter hit it straight to someone at cover. It's actually wickets that you will normally see leg spinners pick up, caught at slip, bowl down with that googly, that straighter one. Those are wickets that he picked up today.
Yeah. And that one is faster and flatter. And that completes the over. And Drinks is called onto the field at 241 for 4, the Jamaica Scorpions. So they are trailing by 66 runs. And Chadwick Walton still there. And 157, his highest ever first class score. We'll take a break and be back with more here at Sabina Park. We're back here at Savannah Park, and this is the final hour of play, but it won't be the hour. You get up to 5:30. Another 43 minutes or so. Jedediah Blades will be bowling to the man who has been batting from 10:30, well, 11 o'clock this morning to 4:47 this afternoon, Chadwick Walton.
Just thinking about what approach they would take going into this last hour of play.
Yeah.
Chadwick would want to finish the day's play because I'm thinking that the Jamaica Scorpions, the coach, the assistant coach, and the players will have a lot of confidence as long as he's at the crease.
He could really dictate the tempo of the game from here. Assistant coach Nikita Miller reminds me of Monte Desai. He stands in the same position for the duration of the Scorpions' batting innings. And Monte Desai is the former West Indies batting coach.
He's now Nepal's head coach.
Yeah, and they're doing extremely well, by the way. Qualified for the T20 World Cup.
They're actually playing in St. Vincent for the World Cup, so I'll be definitely happy to see him.
Got a single there. Yeah.
Have a couple of friends in Nepal as well. Sampal Kani, opening bowler.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to see Lamachani, though.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Sad situation though, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Nepal. And if you watch where they play their games as well.
They have some fine players.
Yeah, it's always jam-packed.
They have a left arm spinner, Lalit,
Yeah.
really good left arm spinner. The wicketkeeper batter, I think he scored some runs in that tournament in South Africa, the World Cup qualifiers. Scored some runs in that tournament as well. So their cricket is getting better. The support from the spectators in Nepal is, they can't ask for no more. It's tremendous, the support that they get. So that's really good.
Tickled fine by Mansingh. And gets his first scoring run. That's 14 deliveries it took him.
And I can tell you something about cricket. As long as you get the support, you'll always feel the need to put in that extra effort when you're getting that support. It's like last year for the West Indies Under-19 tournament that was played in St. Vincent. Barbados for sure. The players there had their parents over in St. Vincent to support the Barbados team, and that in itself is something that I really love.
Yeah, it's 65 overs completed, 243 for 4. And it's, to add to it as well, it's much easier to get to St. Vincent from Barbados than from Jamaica to St. Vincent.
Well, I did say we take them as our own.
Yeah, you did
So-
say that, yeah.
So it's 5 Windward Islands. It's Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and Barbados. Just about 30 minutes from St. Vincent to Barbados. We went away for a weekend.
Yeah.
We go, Z.
Come on over and take a look at the volcano.
It's gonna be Zishan Mutara to continue. 3 for 63. Impressive. Oh, takes the edge of Mansingh. Squared up there. I tell you what, Mutara. He's turning eyes and heads in his direction.
Keep working, Z. Keep working, Z.
He's getting a big rip on that ball as well.
Well, I'm not sure if he fully is in control of what he's doing. So far, he's getting some to turn. Some they're not turning, they're sliding back. And you can see when he tries to bowl the googly. That one didn't really do much.
Yeah.
Hence the reason why the skipper, Jonathan Carter,
Keep working, Z. Keep working, Z, Sean.
was so loud and shout at that one because
Yes,
he
Z,
can bowl the
Sean.
googly.
Yes, Z, Sean.
So if at that age he understands what he's doing, I think he's someone that, well, the West Indies head coach is from Jamaica, so I'm guessing that he'll be here having a look at the games. Not saying that he should be looked at
Keep working.
by the
This is not
West
the
Indies head
Scorpion,
coach
this is
to
not
be
the
selected
Scorpion,
or
we are
anything,
protecting.
but
This is not the
the
Scorpion,
fact
this
that
is
we're
the
struggling in
Marooners,
terms of
protect.
leg spinners in the Caribbean,
I would have him in the next spinning camp. That
you
have,
find one.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good delivery again. It turns Mansing square. And that completes the 19th over for Mutara. 3 for 64. It's 244 for 4. Scorpions trail by 63. But he's bowled 19 overs, 82 dots. All right? He's bowled 114 deliveries altogether. And he has bowled 82 dots. For 17-year-old, that's an impressive collection of numbers in terms of his control, as we've been talking about.
I wish we had the technology here to see the pitch map
Yeah.
so we could have seen where he bowled cluster of his deliveries, because that in itself will
Change the ball,
basically
Abhishek.
tell us
Right arm over.
or show us what his control is like. Because being able to have great control of leg spin before you turn 20 is a great achievement, because leg spin is not anything easy to really control. I would continue to say that. So him playing at first class level now, which means he would play this year in the regional under 19 tournament that would be played later this year in St. Vincent, as we see Jonathan Carter with the ball in hand. Not really surprised there.
Took him long enough.
Thought he would have probably come a little bit earlier. I think he took a couple of wickets in the last game as
Yeah,
well
he did.
against Barbados.
His native country. Yep.
So he's very capable with the ball. Him and Chadwick usually have their banters.
Down the leg side to Mansing. We're going back to Matara. If there's a chance, because remember Ryan Ahmed is playing for India for England. He made his debut at 17 actually. He's now 18, heading towards 19. So it's not to say that it's impossible for him to get to the next step at 17. But it gives you the assurance that there's a lot of quality in this young man. He's obviously just learning how to bowl. When I said how to bowl, in terms of how to figure out his skill sets and figure out his strengths and his weaknesses, and how you try to deceive a batter, how you set up a batter.
So I'll give you a story. I met Ryan Ahmed in England, in Nottingham.
Yeah, that's where he's from actually. Yeah.
That's way before he even dreamed of being on England on the 19 team.
Yeah.
I was in England at a training camp. I went there to do some training with Leicester. Paul Nixon, who was the coach for Talawa, he invited me. I was like, come up and do some training. So I went there. Went there for a month before CPL to do some training. And I met Ryan Ahmed in Nottingham. So on Fridays, when I'm not going to Leicester, I would stay in Nottingham and do my training. So that the facility.
That's tickled fine. It's gonna be 4. Well played by Mansingh. Played it very late. Almost behind him when he tickled it. Shouts of catching, but he knew what he was doing. Good deflection. And that's 4 more runs for the Scorpions, and they inch closer to their first batting points of the season. They need to score 250 to get those. It's 248 now for 4.
So the facility that he would train at, I think it's owned by a Jamaican. I forget the name of that club.
Come on!
I went there and I was doing some bowling, and the coach who was working with me, he came to me and he said, I want you to meet this future England player.
Keep working, Zeke.
Wow. And he was like 10, 11.
He was about probably about 12.
Yeah, because your CPA would have been 2016.
He was about 12.
Yeah.
12,
Yeah,
13.
it would have been 12, 13.
12, 13.
Yeah.
He said, come and meet
Where is he? Where is
this
he?
future
England player.
England player. I said, who is he? He said, I want you to meet him.
Walton goes for the sweep. It's down the leg side. He's going to be coming back for 2, I'm sure. It has taken Blades forever to get there. And 2 leg buys. It's now 250 for the Scorpions. They have surpassed their highest score of the season, the 232. And they have now ticked the box for a batting point, because it's 250 gives you your first batting point. And then from 300 upwards, 300, 350 upwards, you get more points. So you can continue your story. And Matario bowls this delivery to Walton.
So he walked over to me and he said, good day, sir. I said, how are you? He said, I'm fine. He said, and I want to bowl to you. I said, I'm not a batter. He said, no problem. I just want to bowl a few balls because I have game tomorrow. So I said, all right. I said, what are you working on? And the guy told me every single thing he wants to work on. Came on the nets, bowl leg spin, and did every single thing that he said he's going to work on.
At 12:30. That's impressive.
He have a brother as well that's really good. At that
Yeah,
time,
Farhan.
at that
Yeah.
time, his brother was more of the batter.
Yeah.
Both had sponsors already from GM when I met them.
Yeah.
And after the training session, I asked, what's your plan for cricket? He said, I am going to make England before I'm 20.
Yeah. He had a goal.
I'm telling you, when I met him, after he played for England, I met him in Dubai. I had T10 in Dubai, and England was there for a training camp, and he was there with them.
They were going to Pakistan.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
And he was there with them. I spoke to him, we had chats and stuff like that. And he said, man, I just can't wait to make England, but I'm working my way into it. I think it was about a couple of days after I heard he was actually in the team now to go to England.
Yeah.
I was so happy, I was so proud. And the fact that he told me what he wants to achieve before a certain age is just remarkable.
Yeah.
And he did just that.
Yeah.
His brother is actually really good as well.
Yeah, he played the just concluded World Cup in South Africa and played against the West Indies, took a couple of wickets. Farhan Ahmed. He bowls, I think he bowls off spin.
Right arm over to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ryan bowls legs,
So
leg
I-
spinners.
So I met them at an early age.
A friend sent me a video of Ryan and Shane Warne in about 2009. And
They're properly jailed as well.
Yeah. And one of Shane Warren's comments was, in the next 10 years, you'll be playing for England. Because he saw him both 2 different deliveries.
So they were coached by Raheem, who works with Loughborough. I think he's a head coach at Loughborough now. But before, when I met Raheem, big waff at that Chadwick Walton, as I mentioned, him and Jonathan Carter, they're personal friends, and this will be a lot of bragging rights if he gets Chadwick Walton. And Chadwick Walton will definitely go at him as well. But yeah, I met Raheem while he was at Leicester. He was a coach at Leicester, and then he got that job at Loughborough as a head coach of Loughborough. And he was the one that introduced me to Ryan Ahmed and his brother. Forget the name of that club in Nottingham.
That you said it's owned by the Jamaican.
It's owned by a Jamaican guy. I would not forget that. It's owned by a Jamaican guy.
Well, they say it's a small world. But that story is really fascinating.
And that's the thing about it, is that he told me, I want to play for England before I'm 20. And these guys at that age, they had proper, when I say proper, they had proper bats. They were sponsored by GM already, both of them were properly sponsored by GM. So I was very happy when I saw him making England under 19 when they played in Antigua. And now he's on the international scene. And the good thing about it is that he can bat as well. In ILT20, Gulf Giants used him as a pinch hitter a couple times at the top. As we see the end of Jonathan Carter's over. Score is 251 for 4.
Yeah. So we're saying all of this about Ryan Ahmed to say that there's really no ceiling for Zishan Mutara. I've been impressed by his application, his grouping, his consistency. And he has found a groove to really cause problems for the Scorpions batters. Really top delivery to get rid of Jermaine Blackwood. Caught at slip, ripped across him. There's a loud appeal. And Brathwaite is not interested, but sounded as if it was two noises. Let's look at it here. That one is going down the leg side, I think.
Why? Come on! Keep working, Zeke. Remember your success.
Success is spinning it across the right-handers.
Yes,
That's what I'm talking about.
That is it,
For the sake of good cricket,
Come boys.
you would like what you're seeing now from Mutara. Zishan Mutara. First time I'm hearing that surname in the Caribbean. When you hear of Mutara, you think Zimbabwe. I'm wondering if you have any Zimbabwe connections.
Well, he looks more Indian to me.
That one was a bit short, but spun a great deal.
Come see. Balls, bud.
So that one before, it was a bit short, but it spun a great deal.
Yeah, it did. opening up his arms there. Mansing to 30 through the covers, didn't pierce the gap, and that completes the 70th over for the Scorpions at 251 for 4. You must say that I'm getting information that Motara was actually in the camp prior to the final 15 that went to the World Cup.
No surprises
Yeah.
there.
Someone is saying that he must have bowled very badly in that camp not to make it. But then again, sometimes it's learning and maturing over time. So he probably wasn't the most outstanding in the camp. But when you look at the bowlers that went to the Under-19 World Cup, Nathan Seeley is a sure pick in my estimation. He was outstanding at the World Cup. That one came back late. Walton is thinking about too. They won't get that ball stopped in the outfield. Short time medical. Dealing with the emergency service here. The ambulance.
They would be pretty pleased that they didn't do much today. Or they didn't do much at all for both games.
That's probably the greatest thing for us.
Exactly.
Yeah. See Chris Taylor warning Abhijay Mansingh to get off the pitch. Chadwick Walton asking how many overs are left for the day. The umpire saying we're playing till 5:30. So he has 20 minutes of play to come. I guess he's starting to feel the
20 minutes, probably about
4 or 5.
4 or 5 overs.
Yeah. 8.
Tomorrow is the 3rd day. We will definitely get 4 days here in this game.
Good carry there from Carter. I would want to think so based on how the game has gone. Unless there's a almighty collapse tomorrow from the CCC, it's highly unlikely that you're not going to get 4 days.
Well, Chadwick asking that question would only means that he's trying to finish the day, go inside, relax, come back tomorrow as Jonathan Carter visit the rib cage of Abhijay Mansingh. Looks pretty uncomfortable with it short. Jonathan Carter don't really have that pace, but
Yeah.
if he can make Abhijay Mansingh uncomfortable, which means he doesn't really like the sharp pitch deliveries. I'm sure Jamaica Scorpions would want to finish today's play not losing any wicket. Go inside and then think about their approach for tomorrow. Ideally, if they can bat tomorrow and probably bat up to the first hour after lunch or so, give them enough lead, or probably until tea, then give them enough time that last session to get some early inroads, and on 4th day push for that victory.
Not
So
the-
for that to happen, it will call for Chadwick to probably give them that sort of white ball innings they so need tomorrow to push on the score. But for now, I am guessing that he would want to finish
Going now, Cook. Keep going now, Cook. Keep going now,
this
Cook.
play.
Keep going, Z. Keep going, Z.
Jamaica knowing that he's starting fresh tomorrow would mean a lot for them. As he eats down the crease and just punch it that one out too long off. Just a little step into it.
Keep going, Z.
Just a little chip.
Boy, your balls, Z. Boy, your balls, Z, Sean. Boy, your balls.
I think Walton is the key to all of that acceleration.
Oh, man. Run him out.
Then once he batted out the day, the Scorpions would obviously get very close to that 307. He has slowed down tremendously because of those two quick wickets. The two experienced players in Bonner and Blackwood.
And that's the thing, he understands the game, so
Oh, man. Run him out. Give me that,
he
Ali.
would play to what's in front of him.
And that's not a single I think he wanted to take at this time of the day.
He's probably upset with Mansi.
Good afternoon to all the people on the stream. I hope y'all have a lovely day today.
We are having a lovely day.
The sun is
We know the sun is hot as well, youngster.
That's the Mario Richards, the wicket keeper.
hot right now. Still feels hot.
I think he wants to do a little stint up here with us. I think that's just the sun talking.
Keep going, Z.
He
wants
did
to get
mention.
out.
He did mention the sun. It's still a little hot out here.
Giving us a little bit of Covem Hodge there.
Turned away fine. There's Blaze giving chase. I think they're going to come back for two. Walton gets his head down and sprints back.
Still looking for two. Last hour of play is it's really good from Walton.
Yeah, he's hobbling now.
Definitely. I think he needs an ice bath after this.
Yeah.
I'm going to hear some stories later.
I was about to say, you probably have to drive him home. 258 for 4.
I know what the conversation's going to be like.
You have a butter day. You have a butter day.
I've never done it. I've never
That's
done
the
it.
first question they're going to hear. You have a butter day.
I've never done it. And I don't think I'll ever do it in my life. I bowled a day already. I've never batted a day. I could tell you one time we were in Guyana playing against Guyana, CCC versus Guyana. Shiv was playing that game and they had Asad Fuddin playing as well.
Oh, my.
And I don't want to continue the rest. You know what that is like.
Sounds like a good day for bowlers.
Ah. I finally got Asad Fuddin out. But oh my God, it was. I don't want to talk about it.
Carter has changed the field here. He's implemented a short leg and he's round the wicket to Mansingh with a deep backward square and a deep fine. Mansingh drops his bottom hand off the bat. Remember the last game, he was dismissed the very last ball before lunch. And it's getting very close to a break now. A 17-hour break. There's a loud appeal. And Chris Taylor, his index finger goes up.
New commentators
Oh no,
and the jinx.
I definitely jinxed him. Short into the rib. And he was fending Jonathan Carter's short delivery. And what a cruel time to go. He didn't look comfortable with that one. I'm not sure if he got a touch to it. He's walking off slowly. But everyone behind the wicket went up in unison.
Not something that Abijay Mansingh would have wanted. Neither the Jamaica Scorpions. He's gone for 9. Just a few overs left to end the second day here at Sabina. But Mansing have to go. Out comes Gordon Bryan. We know that he's capable with the bat.
We see a similar tactic being employed.
The good thing about it is that Chadwick Walton is still there and he has to go in, not out, to come back tomorrow and try to score some runs and give them a lead. The minimum that they have to look for here in terms of lead would be about 60 or so. 60, 80 or so.
Yeah, I always thought they were looking for 450. Make that one big score. So that even though the pitch is gonna get flatter, it's not gonna break up.
Well, that's what we were thinking.
Yeah.
Here in the com box. At least about 450 or so, looking to bat maybe once or so. But
Wickets
things
falling.
have changed.
Yeah.
Chadwick Walton is still there. Now it's a situation now that they have to go back and think about their strategies and come again. So for right now, they would want to finish the day's play and then come back tomorrow.
No. Go to you.
Because at the end of the day, I'm guessing they would still have 30 or so runs left. Because I'm not expecting Chadwick Walton to really raise his bat at this point.
Yeah.
He would want to finish the day.
So Gordon Bryan is the new man. Right arm round is Jonathan Carter. Short. And Bryan is in behind it, but it's a good time to get a wicket. Getting close to the end of play. 10 minutes or so to go. And you'd want to think here for the Scorpions that as much as Gordon Bryan is a night watchman, you'd want him on strike for those 10 minutes. For the sake of the Scorpions, if you're a part of that team.
Well, I'll tell you, he's not a night watchman in this game.
And he's in some pain here because he was hit on the left arm in the previous game. And now he's hit again. And he's in serious pain here. He's rolling, he's writhing, and he's, oh yeah, flush on the forearm of that left hand. That has to hurt. They saw the funny side of it initially. And this is going to aid the Scorpions in some way because the time is being taken out of the game. But the pain is going to be there for Gordon Bryan. I'm just going to ask the question now, do you support the move? He's really writhing in pain here.
Maybe a little strategy as well. Take us up to 5:30, please.
Yeah, and Bryan doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for him. Based on what I'm seeing here. And this chap is a tough cookie.
And if he's down for the count.
Yeah, it really hurts.
Well, it was flush on the forearm.
Let's see it again if we can. It's never a good sight. He really took the blow. He dropped the shoulders. Oh yeah, all of it onto his forearm. I'd be very surprised if he's able to continue. I'd be very, very surprised. He's getting some strapping to the area from the physiotherapist. At what point would the umpire step in to say, we have to make a decision here? He's still in pain. Gordon Bryan, he rolls again to his body, and Keswick wants to see it again. slow. Oh
Flush
no.
on the.
Just below the elbow as well. He's seen the funny side of it, Gordon Bryan. I don't think he's going to be able to continue.
If that hit the bone, it would kind of shock the entire arm out. So he would not have much feelings.
Arsenal all. Yeah.
Yo, he's calling for the arm guard.
Good Arsenal all. I think it is about 6 o'clock.
No, it's not.
It's 5:22.
Caribbean. But everybody's having a wonderful day.
Are you?
The weekend is coming up. Not soon enough, unfortunately. The sun is almost down. But we said it's still hot. I don't know whether they say it's still hot. I think it has something
You're in Jamaica.
to do with what's over there. But this is what first class is all about. Prepares you for test cricket, innit?
All right, Demario, we have heard you. You have 10 more minutes out in the sun.
On.
Here's the super slow-mo of the Gordon Bryan. Oh.
Got himself in a very uncomfortable position as well.
There's no muscles there, no fat there. It's just bone.
He's a tough lad. He'll be all right.
He's not showing those signs now, though. I can tell you that. The mere fact that he's the leading bowler for the Scorpions this season.
Well, the good thing is not his bowling arm.
Yeah, but you need that arm. You need that arm to keep the body aligned.
Floyd Reefer will tell you need that arm. Put it up. Get it up there. Let's see if Jonathan Carter do have a heart. If he comes around there again.
If he has a heart, that means he would be a batter. Fast bowlers have 0.
Come on, Jonathan Carter. Go easy on him. He's already in pain.
Bowlers, they really don't care about what's happening to you.
I have a heart.
Oh, okay. After hitting a batter in the head, maybe. No one who hits a batter in the head can have a heart.
Of course. It's all in the game. I didn't mean to hit him on the head. Try to just get him scared. He just didn't get out the way fast enough.
So we're waiting to see. Gordon Bryan has proven me wrong. He's going to continue. He's really struggling to put the glove onto that left arm. But what this has done for the Scorpions is that it has aided them in surviving the rest of the day. Because should a wicket fall now, I don't think anyone would bat. Because it's now 4 minutes to cut off time. Look at how he holds the bat to take his guard again.
In a little. 2 legs. Let's play again.
So Carter round the wicket, and I told you, he has to go short again. I would be disappointed in him if he didn't go short. That's a wide.
One over the shoulder, Jano. Batsman, one over the shoulder.
It's a wide ball, so one over the shoulder is signaled as well.
Where's your heart, Carter? He's down for the count. Come on. I know it's first class cricket, but think about the young man. And again.
Good bouncer. Well negotiated as well.
Batsman, 2 over the shoulder.
You must feel happy when you're a batter that can actually bowl and bowl a alright bumper to ruffle the feathers of a bowler. Knowing that when that bowler comes to bowl, you can whack him for 6. That's selfish. I mean, when you think about it, Foster,
If it is selfish,
it is like if he bowl a bumper to Carter, Carter can possibly hit it out the ground.
Yeah.
Or hit it for 4. But Carter bowling a bumper here to him, he looks very uncomfortable because
yeah, but that's why they say everyone bats, not everyone bowls. So you have to be prepared for everything.
I said he wanted Carter can't do that to me though.
You'll hit him out the park, I'm sure. You'll be clearing the Kingston Cricket Club at some point.
Come on. Tara is still continuing.
I think he has bowled
For
unchanged since tea. He's picked up 2 wickets since tea. He picked up the first wicket.
Every over he bowled after that, his skipper asked him if he's all right.
There's a chance. What a grab. And what a time to go. Zishan Motara has been a shining light here for the CCC. But what a grab that is from Kirsten Kalicharan. Chadwick Water was forward, jammed at it. A brilliant catch. An outstanding way to finish an excellent innings. But a vital breakthrough for the CCC, and that's a final moment of the day. Unbelievable. An outstanding day of cricket culminated with a brilliant piece of work. Good ball and a splendid catch.
Zashan Mutara. What I think that the West Indies, Cricket West Indies, should keep an eye on. The shining light for me for the day, along with Chadwick Walton, the only positive that we have seen, well, him and Carlos Brown for the Jamaica Scorpion in today's play. Really, really good day's cricket here. CCC sort of claw back this game into their hands. Jamaica Scorpions 259 for 5, still trailed by 48 runs. Zashan Matara, 4 wickets. This is some lovely cricket as we end day 2 of the Regional 4-Day Championship between CCC and the Jamaica Scorpions here. Really good days of cricket here, Foster.
Yeah, enthralling from start to finish. And Motaro played his role as well. He was dismissed early this morning, but he stood up with his captain yesterday and helped him to get over that 100-run mark. You know, today when the team needed some energy from somewhere, someone to open the door, someone to create a spark, Zishan Mutara has done it for the CCC. He's 17 years old, 4 for 69, and he has gotten the big scalp of Chadwick Walton for 163. He also got the wickets of Nkrumah Bonner, Jermaine Blackwood, and Carlos Brown. So he has gotten the top players in the Scorpions team and 3 test players as well. 17 years old. 22.1 overs, 4 for 69. And the Scorpions, they trail by 48 with only 4 wickets in hand after looking so comfortably set at 169 without loss. So, you will rejoin us tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time, where the Scorpions will resume on 259 for 6. Gordon Bryan will be joined by Romaine Morris. And until then, I think you'll join us 5 minutes before that at 9:55 local time, 10:55 in the Eastern Caribbean for coverage here at Sabina Park. I'm Jerome Foster, and on behalf of Renardo Brown, Keswick Williams, and Kimberly Forbes, stay tuned until tomorrow.